We've been really bad about introducing ourselves over the course of this. Since I didn't get to do it yesterday, my name is Casey Eisenhower, member of the Moose team, computational scientist at INL. I've been with the Moose team both starting out as a student and now as staff member for the last 5 years and change. So my focus areas in computational electromagnetics and plasma physics, both low and more recently high temperature, so fusion energy. And so that's kind of my role here on the team, as well as being kind of the stewards of our documentation system and our software quality assurance practices. That's enough about me. Let's get back to the fun stuff. We're going to be talking about bringing together the two sides of our problem. So up to this point, we've been working on the pressure equation and the heat conduction equation independently. But in this step, we're going to couple those together. So we have our Darcy pressure equation that we've been working on earlier, and now a heat conduction equation. So objects have been created for everything in the heat conduction equation we have here, except for that velocity dot grad pressure term. So a kernel in this step called Darcy advection will be developed to model this. And we're going to expand the packed column material that we created in previous steps to include temperature dependence. Okay, and we'll talk about that a little bit more. So let's start with the Darcy advection kernel itself. We're going to be inheriting from AD kernel value here, which means we're going to be using that pre-compute QP residual method again. And the only other thing we need for this is the gradient of pressure. So we're going to be pulling in gradient of pressure and overriding pre-compute QP residual. So that's all we need to see here. In our source file, we're going to be adding a required coupled variable here because we need to get that, we need to pull in that pressure variable. And then we have a lot going on in order to define that term. We need the pressure gradient itself, so AD coupled gradient with our variable parameter pressure. And then we need to pull several different material properties. So permeability, porosity, viscosity, density, and specific heat. So in this case, instead of coupling in an auxiliary variable and calculating velocity that way, we're going to be calculating a superficial velocity inside of this kernel itself. So instead of doing that auxiliary calculation, we're going to be doing that calculation directly in the Darcy advection object. So that's a little bit different than what we discussed before. Here, we calculate that superficial velocity using those material properties multiplied by our coupled pressure gradient, and then multiply in density, specific heat, times our superficial velocity, and then finally times grad U for our heat conduction. I think there's a typo on the last slide. So this is grad U is grad temperature. Yeah, dismiss. I'm missing a fusion energy meeting to be here today. Okay. All right. So one thing I wanted to touch on before we move on from Darcy advection. We're pulling in a lot of material properties, and if you remember, in previous steps, we worked with a material called packed column. And so in that material, we had one constant material property, and I believe that was the viscosity. But then we had a manual linear interpolation that we performed for the tabulated values that we had from the paper that we're referencing, right? So we had 2 points signifying like essentially the bounds of our applicable range, and we did a quick linear interpolation by hand to calculate that. Moose has several different utilities to assist in calculations like that. One of which is the linear interpolation utility. And so you can find that in the framework under, if you search through the files, you can find it under linear interpolation.c if you want to look at that directly. This should be under framework and utils in terms of the directory tree. And so we contain several utilities to assist. And this class in particular allows you to construct a linear interpolation of any set of output data or input data, and then sample that interpolation, including values, most often, but then the derivatives of it, an integral over the entire domain of it, and a few other things within any Moose object. So extrapolation beyond the bounds of that function is also possible, but then you'd be doing kind of a linear extrapolation outside. So we tend to use that a little bit sparingly. So this feature is used in this step to improve that packed column material that we were talking about earlier in the workshop. So to give an example of how it helps you to simplify your code a little bit, so I wanted to bring in that line from packed column.c where we actually did that permeability calculation by hand. And if we want to use linear interpolation to do the same thing, we first need to include the linear interpolation class header, and then we need to initialize our interpolation once in the constructor using this setData method. And setData needs two things. It needs essentially your X data and your Y data. So in this case, we're using sphere sizes and then tying that to permeability to do the interpolation. So that'll be done inside the constructor of your class. And then when you want to use that value, we can sample that inside of our compute QP properties method by simply calling our permeability interpolation variable and then sampling that at a particular value. And value here would be a radius, right? So linear interpolation can be used extensively to interpolate manually entered data like we had for the permeability in this particular instance. Or you can use other utilities to import data, read it in, and then apply an interpolation to it. So that's something that we'll see in just a second in this enhanced packed column. So we're going back to this, and we're going to expand it. So first of all, like I said, you need to make sure that you include the linear interpolation class if you're going to do any sort of linear interpolation on XY data. And you know that we have to override compute QP properties. We did that before. Because we're importing some input data here, we want to create a simple input data import function that kind of will help us bring in CSV data to use with our interpolator. Again, we still want to have an input radius of some sort that's queried from the input file. Optionally, if we don't provide porosity data, we also want to make sure that the user can input a porosity value if they so choose. We have our temperature input or coupled variable, the permeability interpolation linear interpolation variable that I mentioned in the previous slide, and then a few more related to fluid viscosity, thermal conductivity, fluid density, specific heat, solid thermal conductivity and solid density, specific heat, and all of these interpolation objects can be turned on or turned off based on what the user provides in the input file. So packed column gets a whole lot more complex here by necessity because we're coupling together the heat conduction equation and the Darcy pressure equation. So this is quite a jump, but I want you to see that we're essentially doing the same thing a few different times. So we're introducing this one concept, we're applying it in a few different material properties. Okay, and we have our actual material properties we're going to declare right here at the bottom. Okay, so taking what we've seen in the header and translating that to the source, we need a few things. So as far as our includes, we still want to allow the user to be able to input radius as a function. So we're still going to include function.h as well as packed column.h. Because we're going to be importing some files, we want to use another utility in Moose called the delimited file reader. So this will allow us to import CSV data. So we want to make sure we include that. The registration hasn't changed. And we have, but then our valid params method has changed. Let's go over that. So for our new properties, we have some defaults. So things like fluid viscosity, we're giving it a default from water at 20 degrees C. But then optionally, we're going to allow the user to input a file name. And so the file name will be used in that init input data method from the header file to import the CSV that we place there. But if nothing is listed, then things will default to the fluid viscosity. And I'll show you how that's done in a second. Similarly, for these other properties, we're giving the option of either a default for that value or a file. And I think that's all that's new in this. So we'll move on to the actual source code, the rest of the source code. In the initialization list, we want to get parameters for radius. So we're going to allow you to put in a function. This could also be a constant value, but we're going to get a function for this, and porosity, and then we're coupling in our temperature. We're getting our parameters for the fluid properties and the solid properties, and then declaring all of our material properties. So this is all stuff you've seen before up to this point. So you'll remember from the original pack column, we had manual data that we set. And so here that is, it shows up again. Instead of being down in the compute method, we moved it up to the constructor, because that's where we need to actually set the data for our interpolation. So we've moved that up into the constructor for the class, and then we are using that set data method to set up a simple interpolation for this data. For the more complicated data, where we are bringing in a file, we are using this init input data method, and I'll show that again in a minute. But what that is doing is it's pulling in the file associated with the, in this example, fluid viscosity file input parameter, and then it's associating it with an interpolation variable, so fluid mu interpolation in this case, and then returning a Boolean. So I'm going to go back here really quickly and show that it's the helper. So it's going to return a Boolean value. If you've provided a file, it's going to return a true. If you don't provide a file or it doesn't get a file, it's going to return a false. And so that will help us with the logic that we need in order to make sure all of our data is imported and computed correctly. So it will set these use fluid mu interp and other associated variables to true or false based on what data is available. And then we have some logic in the compute function that'll help us actually finish perform the computation. Okay, so we have our temperature here, our current temperature, and we do a little units conversion here with 273.15 to get into Kelvin, or no, get it into Celsius. And I guess that's a good opportunity to talk about units really quickly. So units we do not keep track generally of units in Moose. There are a few helper systems that allow you to kind of could do unit conversions, but as a rule, you as the user keep track of your own units. And there'll be scenarios where you might want to make things unitless to help with solver convergence. And I think we talk about this really soon. But just as an example, we care about units in this case as far as our temperature, so we're making sure that we're keeping track of those conversions as they need to happen. Okay, so let's move back to these interpolations. Again, we're sampling that permeability here. This same check and assertion we had in the previous pack column, so this isn't new, but this interpolation sampling is. For porosity, we're doing the same thing. We're or similar thing. We take in the function that the user provides, sampling its value at a particular time and a particular point, and then double checking that we're inside of a range that we know is physically realistic. Okay. So here's the use of those use interp variables that you saw earlier. So for viscosity here, for example, use fluid mu interp. If mu was provided as a CSV file, this will be true. If that is true, then we're going to go ahead and sample the interpolation that was created by our helper function. If it's false, then we're going to use the constant mu that was provided in the input file. And that's performed for all of these property variables that we're doing interpolation with. So to cap things off, we're going to be using the properties calculated previously, like porosity and the fluid conductivity, or fluid K, to calculate the combined thermal conductivity, density, and specific heat for as a linear combination between the steel in the spheres and the fluid flowing in the porous media. So we're kind of assuming that we can take that as kind of an aggregate value and just making a linear combination to use one value in our property instead of a mixture of two, since we're not simulating the steel spheres separately from the fluid here. Okay, to cap things off, I want to take a look at what's in init input data. So here we're taking in a param name like you saw in the constructor, as well as defining the name of an interpolation, or as passing in a name that you've given a linear interpolation variable. This is an AD linear interpolation variable, meaning it does contain derivative values. And we want to have a quick error check to make sure that the user has put in something, has put in a file name. If the file name doesn't exist and you're still trying to, somehow you're still trying to use this method, it will fail. But if it is valid, then we're going to go ahead and get the parameter associated with the file name and import that as just a string, and then use that delimited file reader utility in order to read in the file. And we're going to do a few things, like setting what a comment means in your file. So if you have comments and information inside that CSV file that you don't want to be read in, then you want to let our utility know that, and then we request it to read in. So we're reading in that data, and then we use that same set data function along with this get data method to get the data from the reader that read in the file. Are there any questions about this? I've thrown a lot at you really quickly, so I wanted to stop here and get an idea of how everything's going.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yeah, Patrick.
Could you go back to 48.4?
Okay.
My question's on expression and pre-compute residual.
Yeah.
So that return value, what exactly are you computing? Because when I compare that to the equations on 40.2,
there's a typo.
So you said that should be
so yeah, so it should be grad T there instead of grad P.
So in that case, it's epsilon C times specific heat.
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep. Sorry about that. Any other questions? Any questions online or something relevant that I should touch on verbally? Okay, great. All right, so this is the same outflow condition that Logan went over in the previous slide. So there's not much new here. Did it take in that thermal conductivity as an AD property? Okay, so I think the point of this is to reiterate the fact that now we're calculating a thermal conductivity using packed column. So before we were using that generic constant material, and now we're using packed column to do that calculation. But nothing else about this object has changed in terms of the code. So as Logan was saying, going ahead and using an AD material property here sets you up for adding complexity in your material properties later. So giving yourself flexibility now will save you some time and effort in the future. So now we can couple all of this together. I'm actually going to move to this to see it a little bit better. But now we're combining pressure and temperature in the same input file. And we're giving an initial condition for temperature, which we did before. We're still calculating a velocity, but we're performing the velocity, the superficial velocity calculation inside of Darcy advection anyway. But we're still saving off that same calculation so we can see it in the input file. We have our new Darcy advection object here. So we're just letting it take in the coupled variable for pressure, but applying it to the temperature variable. And nothing else here has really changed. So everything that's changed in this input really, as far as the separate pressure problem and a separate heat conduction problem, is happening under the hood, because now we're coupling everything together using the Darcy advection and packed column.
Execution changed quite a bit. But...
That's true. So we do have a few things here. Let's see. I think the options were changed. We have, well, we'll talk about automatic scaling in a second. So automatic scaling is new, and so convergence can change in a problem once if you're simulating your physics separately and then coupling them together. Your convergence behavior during your solve can change quite a bit. And so we have an automatic scaling system to help with that. And I'll go into what considerations for that, but we do have that turned on here. We do have a steady state detection turned on. So here we're actually turning on steady state detection. So this will help us stop the simulation early based on lack of change in our solution variables. And then we are setting that tolerance check for that lack of change to 1e to the negative 5. So it'll do, yeah, go ahead, Vasily.
So now the residual is completed by both equations together.
Yeah. Yeah. Your matrix is larger because it's combining like a pressure variable and a temperature variable now. And we do have, did you use the function dt time stepper in the last step?
Did not.
Okay.
I don't think we've used the function. I don't think we used the function shortcut from Taxia either, or like function just to define it instead of like to a function.
We have. We did in an earlier step. But anyway, we do have a time stepper here that we're using function dt. And so I don't think we've applied an if statement function yet. So as part.
Only reference functions as function objects, not as a function that can reference a function object or a function itself, because that actually constructs a new function object.
Oh yeah, well no, we applied that for radius when we actually maybe we do that in this step. Never mind.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we're entering in a parsed function here. So Moose will create a function for this expression under the hood, as Logan was saying. But here we're using an if statement. So if t is less than 0, then we have a time step of 0.1, and we have a time step, otherwise we have a time step of 0.25. And so here, this is important, we're actually starting at a negative start time. And I can't remember why this would be important for this case. Yeah, I can't remember why it's important that we start. I think it's just to show that we can use negative start times. Cody, do you happen to remember why we use a negative?
I don't know by this example, but we typically use it for ramp ups, right? Yeah.
Okay. I don't think we have a ramp. I don't think we have a ramp up here. Oh no, we do. Okay, that's another thing I need to make sure I point out. So we do have a slight ramp in our temperature, probably for convergence reasons. That's usually why you're doing ramps.
Or to make it look cool.
Or to make it look cool.
You're starting the initial condition is so I think that's just
changing. You need all
yes.
You need your solution to match the properties.
Exactly. And you can start your solution, you can start your simulation without that, but it's not going to converge, I don't think, or it's going to have difficulty, right? Which is why we're doing the ramp up. But yeah, so what Patrick was saying, I'll reiterate. Our boundary condition on the side, the left-hand side, is 350, but our initial condition for our temperature variable is 300. So there's a mismatch there. So this is helping us kind of ramp up to the conditions that we want and that we can then run our simulation with. And so our function dt is helping us change the time step during that period of the solve, kind of help us ramp up to our physically relevant case. Okay. Okay, so we're going back to scaling for just a second since we talked about the automatic scaling system. So to make sure that your convergence criterion is applied equally, all of your nonlinear variables should be on the same scale. So making equations non-dimensional is a way to achieve this, but it's not typically done in moves. Like I said earlier, you have control over your units and the dimensionality of your problem. We don't keep track of that for you. So we allow you to either manually scale or automatically scale the variables themselves to help with your convergence. And I don't think we have an example of the manual scaling in these slides, but you can set a scaling parameter inside of each variable. So scaling equals and then a number, and that will then scale that variable in your solution or in your solve process by that amount. But the automatic scaling system will handle that for you. Though sometimes manual scaling is still required. You might still want to do it that way.
In specific, it scales it such that the norm of the solution for every variable itself is 1.
But that's the way the automatic scaling system did it. Yeah. So what Logan was saying is the norm of the solution variable for every nonlinear variable is 1, and that's what we're trying to seek with our automatic scaling system. So you can look at the condition number of your Jacobian to see if automatic scaling is required. So if we were to run the example that we just stepped through, and I'm going to scroll over, so we can add some PET-C options. So PC type SVD and PC SVD monitor, and as well as the KSP PMAT. So these three can help us look at the matrix itself, but also the condition number. So we have this condition number here, and so this is showing essentially the difference between the smallest and largest singular values in your matrix, your SVD decomposition. And having a really high condition number is not good. It suggests that you're going to have convergence issues when you solve this. This is with automatic scaling turned off. So when automatic scaling is on, then we see that our condition number is quite smaller, and your solution, while still potentially taking a bit to converge, should be a whole lot better, and sometimes can actually allow you to achieve convergence when convergence might not have been possible before doing that scaling. So it's really important to, as you're troubleshooting a problem, to look at these things and evaluate whether you need to turn on some of our helper systems for that. So in this result, we have a fully coupled system of temperature and pressure that changes over time. And this is quite a long time to run, so I think that's why I'm not running this on the command line right now. I'm running for a lot of time steps. But how am I doing on time?
It might be worth just showing the linear plot to show the ramp up and everything. Right now, you have multiple variables. You actually have it.
I have the step C, so where we decouple it, but I don't have this running. So I think we'll stick with this. Yeah, these are the longest, some of the longest problems before we get into the more complicated inputs. I wanted to make sure that let's introduce some oscillating pressure and temperature dependence into this problem now. We've been using constant values up to this point. And so we want to, because we have material properties that now vary with respect to temperature, we want to vary the inlet and output pressures to exercise that capability here. So we can do that by adding these new functions. So from the paper, there was a known inlet expression for pressure and an outlet expression for pressure. And so we've taken those and put them in here. And then we are applying them using a function Dirichlet BC to the left and the right hand boundaries. Otherwise, our input file is the same as it was before. And so now we're going to be seeing this oscillation behavior as our pressure at the inlet and outlet change. So we're still going to be seeing this propagation, this front, but then that front is going to be oscillating back and forth based on the inlet and outlet changes.
We're actually ahead of time.
We are?
We are, yeah. Oscillation doesn't start until after lunch. So if you want to actually run it, it might not be a bad idea.
Yeah.
It's just so hard to actually see them, like the color plot like this, in my opinion.
That's true.
And if we have to wait 2 minutes for it to run.
Well, no, we have mesh. Mesh starts after lunch, right?
We'll continue oscillating pressure.
After lunch, okay. All right, well, I'll go ahead and run that then. We'll stop here and run that. So we wanted to run B, transient inflow. Yeah, okay. All right, so I will go ahead and run this.
20 minutes today is fine.
Yeah.
Like,
this will probably take a bit to run, so once I get this started, I'll query questions from the crowd.
oh, look.
Yeah, I'd already made it, so
Yeah, let's start with A. It's okay.
yeah, let's do it.
I don't think you're grinding in parallel with it either.
Oh, I don't think so, which I'm, you know. So we can see now that we're coupling together that it's, you know, our convergence behavior actually is pretty good. I'll probably should turn off automatic scaling and see what happens when we don't use that. But are there any questions while this is running about what we've talked about so far? This is definitely the largest leap in any of our steps. Yes.
So about the scaling, I see that when you're trying to see the number when doing SVD. So will that work for all problems?
Well, I think it's if you're doing these sorts of analysis, I think it is important to reduce the size of your problem so you can actually perform those matrix operations and calculations, you know, if you can. And because otherwise it's going to take a heck of a long time to compute the SVD for a very, you know, refined problem. So yes, generally you want to do that if you can.
And a general question. So are there scenarios where scaling is
yeah, the question was, are there instances when scaling is not recommended? I'm not sure how to answer that question, because usually so computational electromagnetics, when I've required scaling, you know, scaling is usually always beneficial in that scenario. But I want to make sure, Cody, do you have a good example of when you wouldn't want to push that button?
I don't. Maybe we should see if Alex or somebody.
Third example?
You've run one problem.
Hey, Jan, for the crowd, do you want to come up here and talk beside my computer so that everybody can hear it? Because I want to make sure that they hear what you have to say.
Sure. You run one.
No, come up here. Because if you give an answer, I'm not going to be able to repeat a long answer. He's okay. He doesn't have it.
You run one simulation.
Yeah.
With a manual scaling.
Yeah.
That was good for that problem.
Yeah.
You just copy pasted your input file to a different problem, and now the thing prematurely converges falsely. You've got false
Because your
conversion.
scaling is bad now.
Yeah, because the scaling is bad.
Nice.
But if you're asking with respect to certain kinds of physics, I can't answer that question personally. Alex or Roy, do you have any comments on this point? Crickets.
Didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat?
Sure, Roy. So are there instances where using the automatic scaling system would not be recommended when you have a convergence problem? And we've already talked about how manual scaling is available, but is there like a particular kind of physics that would preclude using that system, a scaling system?
I can't say that I've ever encountered one. It is easy to come up with something in theory where you expect some variable to be pushed down to almost nothingness and to try and kind of overscale itself. I can't think of anything in practice.
All right. Thank you, Roy. Does that answer your question? All right. Thanks. All right. Yeah. Yeah.
You still need to solve the problem that have Canada Petsy.
Yeah. Now, if you were worried about going back to, if you're worried about how long it takes to like do that calculation, you could probably limit it to 1 time step or 2 time steps. Now, that would be a problem if you had something that didn't show up until later on. So let's say that everything is converging great for a really long time until suddenly maybe your material properties start changing, components of your simulation start changing, and suddenly convergence is starting to get poor. That would be, if you didn't want to run the entire simulation up to that point, that's where you might use things like checkpoints and restarts, which is an advanced topic that we might get into by the end of this, to restart your simulation right before the point where you're having trouble, and then doing those calculations at that point to kind of get a bird's eye view of what's going on at the point where you start having issues. So that's a suggestion if you're not wanting to sit and wait for the problem to occur while still running all of these calculations, which adds extra overhead. Yeah. All right. Let's see, what do I have till?
10 minutes.
10 minutes? Okay, great. Great. So I'm going to go ahead and open step 6A.
Start running another one.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Well, that's opening step 6B. Actually, let me delete this. Yeah, so that's the, all right. So we wanted to have pressure on the top and under view.
I would honestly do a line.
Just the line plot. So I'll switch to temperature and then do the, yeah, you're right. Line chart. This is always nerve-wracking when you're trying to use peer review in front of everybody. Okay. So here we can see actually the line charts for all of our active variables. So you'll see temperature here down at the bottom and pressure here up at the top. So let's go ahead and start the simulation from -1. And then we will see.
You have the steps right? You can't play. We see like 5 frames.
Oh yeah, because of the
-1 and slowly go through it on your own.
Yeah, well, it's like 100. It's 410 time steps. So we have this. So we're at -1 now, where we had our initial condition set for temperature at 300, and so we see that here, if you can see my pointer. But we didn't set an initial condition for pressure, so that's going to be at 0. And as we step through, remember we're going, our time step is set to 0.1, so we're incrementing by 0.1 seconds, and you can see, looking at this, maybe I should just turn off pressure for just a second so we can see this a little bit better. Okay, so we can see that ramp in temperature. So now, by the time we get to time 0, let me go back to that. We get to time 0, we've reached 350 on that left-hand side, which was the Dirichlet BC for temperature that we had applied elsewhere in our input file. So now we're at a point where our results align with the boundary conditions that we've applied, and then we can continue with our simulation without any issues. So let's look at, okay, well, actually pressure is the same, so that's just not interesting in general. So we just see eventually by the time we get to 100 seconds, our fronts propagated across the entire domain.
Without the oscillations.
This is without the oscillations. This is just we're simply just prescribing that temperature and leaving it constant and no pressure and constant pressure as well. Okay, so this is still running. We got another period of questions if we want it, so we have to wait for a minute. Any other questions from anybody?
You can actually open it now.
I guess I could. Yeah. I don't like to do that sometimes, but it does do it. What if I don't?
Do it live.
What if I don't want to live on the edge?
Live over that.
Live over the edge. Thanks, Patrick. All right, let's okay, home.
Open and stuff.
This is so much pressure. All right, so now we're at step 6 again. Problems. Okay.
Surprised that worked. You totally didn't fail legacy reader, it might crash.
That's what I'm saying. You wanted me to live. I'm using all of the newest pair view features. All right, let's add a. Why is it not letting me? I am not using all of the newest pair view features. Okay, now I am. All right, let's turn all of this off and just look at temperature and pressure. And here, let me just look at temperature again. So here we have the same sort of ramping that we were doing before, but this time we have these transient conditions. So this is not looking quite as good as the temperature profile did before, and that's because of these oscillations. But you can see as things develop, you'll start to see that temperature smooth out. If you wanted to achieve a smoother profile from the beginning, you could refine, but in this case, it was not necessary to get started. So we haven't done that here. But let's move to look at pressure really quickly. And maybe I need to, since this is oscillating, I probably need to change the extent of this. Now I don't remember how to do that. Okay, maybe I can get by with it. So we had our magnitude for our oscillation was 2000 pascals. And so we're going to see this, not very interesting, but we're going to see this oscillate between negative 2000 and positive 2000 over the course of the simulation. So you'll see it move. You'll see it move. And then these are changing, the left and the right are changing at sine versus cosine, right, for each side. Same magnitude, though. So you'll see these brief temperature or pressure plots with the dips and the rises. Yeah. Yeah. Do we have that available in this file? Oh, there they are. So let's look at, let's say, there it is. So I'm going to turn off pressure and just look at porosity. That's not good. It's not the right one to pick. Okay. So we have thermal conductivity here. I'm going to actually refresh this file so we can get more.
Temperature with it because it depends on temperature.
Yeah. Yep.
There you go, the same scale.
Yeah, it's probably gonna wash out this thermal conductivity.
Plots for these, like
Yeah, we do.
Slides.
So it's kind of hard to see in this one as well, but you see that the thermal conductivity, the profile is relatively the same, but you should see a little bit of oscillation in this value as the pressure is changing. So that influences temperature and the other material properties. Okay. We do have one or two more slides to go through for this. So if we realize later, so we've coupled these two together, if we want to decouple them again, but keep the same capability, we can do that. So in this case, we've actually removed pressure as a solution variable and made it an auxiliary variable, which you saw yesterday. And we've replaced pressure with a function. So we've used the aux kernel function aux to replace pressure with a parsed function. And we've told it to change, execute the function to obtain that value at time step end. So at the end of each time step, we refresh this value based on this function. And so this allows you, like I said, this allows you to decouple, to return to a heat conduction only problem. And you might do this for the purposes of troubleshooting an issue with your heat conduction equation or your material properties. You might do this if you've obtained maybe an experimental data showing that pressure, and you might want to fit to that data and then apply that as your pressure variable. Yeah, Logan?
Did you have to make a change to the kernel to couple when you change the pressure from a primary variable to an auxiliary?
You do not. Yeah, so you do. So do you need to change the aux kernel, and you do from using the primary variable to an auxiliary variable, and you do not need to do that. And I'll show you here. So pressure is still set to pressure in terms of Darcy advection. So this change, as far as your physics kernels, is seamless in this case. So these are interchangeable variables here. I wanted to spend a few minutes talking about troubleshooting, particularly mistakes in your input files. So most mistakes in your input file will cause incorrect results or won't allow the input file to run, period. But in this case, we're talking about errors that allow your problem to solve, but that produce results that you don't expect or poor convergence. So we're going to cover two common issues. So one, just input file mistakes in general and how to find them, and then specifically non-convergence of the solver. So we touched on the non-convergence part earlier when we talked about looking at the SVD and looking at from the perspective of scaling. But here we'll talk about other aspects of that. So in terms of mistakes, so if a careful review of the input file doesn't show, an obvious error, like you made a typo, forgot a negative sign or something like that, the next thing to do is to pay attention to your log. So the actual console output of your simulation. Do you notice any warnings? And if you have color enabled in your console, usually they'll stand out with respect to how they're colored on the screen. But by default, Moose will not error on warnings. You can set your simulation up to error on a warning, but by default, this isn't the case. Are there any unused parameters? So we'll also tell you if there was a parameter in an object that was unused. You might have misspelled the parameter, and this would help you signal that maybe you should go back and check that or provide that parameter if you didn't provide it. So if that doesn't work, it's time to examine how the simulation evolves itself. So by default, Moose is going to output on the end of time steps. So that execute on option that you've seen, the default for that is time step in for outputs. But we can change this parameter to output as often as we want. So up to the every linear iteration even to see how your simulation is evolving. So we can output material properties on both linear and time step in by using the syntax shown here. And the add any output you need to understand the root cause of your issue. And so this can take some time and effort especially if you're having to dig into each individual linear iteration in order to find where a solution might be going off track.
You want to mention any restrictions on material output? Are you aware of them?
So,
how do you output a tensor?
Oh, I guess you do. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, just mention that there are restrictions then, like you can't just output everything.
Sure, yeah. So
don't have to be real values. They can be anything else.
yeah, that's a fair point. But we only support the real value output in the Exodus file, right?
No, you can output other quantities, but there has to be a definition of how that works. So like you can output a tensor quantity, but it has to be like like an effective stress or something like that.
Oh, okay. So the material properties that you output, you can't output a tensor as a tensor. you need to turn it into a quantity reflective of that tensor quantity as a scalar in order to do that. So that would be a bit of a manual bit of work on your part to do that. So that's a good point, Cody. Thanks. We do have a debug system, and again, as you've seen through these slides, there are links for this to take a look at the system level documentation. But as a quick summary, here's a couple that might be useful to you as you input debug an input file. So to look for an issue during the setup, we can list objects created by Moose for the systems. So for example, if we wanted to show what material properties were created, show material props equals true inside of the debug block. So this is a new block that you haven't seen before inside of the debug block in your input file. If you want to look at what actions were run and what order they were run in, show actions equals true. And the action system, you'll learn a little bit more about that tomorrow. I think Logan's going to teach that section. So you'll get into what actions are. But for the purposes of this, we have a few different ways of showing how the simulation is constructed and what is available to the simulation as a log. So you can look at that and troubleshoot from that perspective too. To look for an issue during execution, show execution order is a good option to turn on. So if we set that to always, as we have an example here, this is going to output all the execution of every object that Moose is executing, including the loops on your mesh. So this will output a considerable amount of information to your screen. Since I've never used this particular debug before, what are the other options other than always? Does anybody know off the top of their head? Okay, well, if you don't know off the top of your head, it's fine. I just wanted to kind of give a little bit more context.
Joint modules for a joint time step again on all
there's a lot. Okay, there's a lot of options for this.
A link to the debug syntax, which lists all of these and all of their possible options.
Okay, all right. So be sure to reference that in the chat and on that debug system link on the previous slide. So we mentioned before during our convergence discussion that different ways of troubleshooting a failed solve, and a comprehensive list of that is available at the link there in documentation. But one way to get some more information about convergence on a variable level is you can show the individual variable residual norms as a console output during the solve. So then you can take a look at which variables are converging well and which variables are struggling. And that might enable you to make educated decisions about what part of your simulation is going wrong, maybe perform some individual scaling on an individual variable to improve convergence for that variable, or other approaches like that. But that'll give you a little bit more information. So like I said, equation scaling was covered earlier, but we're going to look at two individual points based on initialization and a bad mesh. So if you want to, well, this isn't strictly true. Make sure to initialize every nonlinear variable using the IC's block. You can create an initial condition inside of an individual variable using the initial condition parameter as well. To check the initialization of your variables, you can output on initial and initial only, and that'll just only output what your initial conditions are at the beginning of the simulation. By default, your input file will have the initial condition as the 0th time step. But if you wanted to look at that as the only output for a simulation, you can just turn on initial only, and that'll give you that. Speaking about meshing, meshing is hard, to put it bluntly. So the mesh generator system does have some documentation and help to read about and learn about, but generally you should visually inspect the mesh and look for issues. So if you know the physics, then you might want to look at maybe a characteristic length and compare that to the size of the elements in your mesh in a particular region. Are you resolving all aspects of your physics? In terms of the way the mesh looks, are there cells that look like they might be overlapping? Are there mixed element types within an individual subdomain, or other issues, potential issues with your mesh? You can look at in file mesh generator show info equals true and verify that the output is as you expect. If you want to look at, we talked about this yesterday, but if you want to output the mesh only and just look at the mesh in an Exodus file, when you run an input file, you can do mesh only in order to output just the mesh and take a look at that individually. You could also replace your mesh, like more complicated mesh, with a more simplistic mesh if that applies to your problem, to see if the way you're meshing your problem, if doing it via an external library is causing an issue. So using internal mesh generators as a sample to see if that helps. And if it does, then that signals to you that the way that you're generating your mesh could be problematic or not ideal. We've got a summary list of links here for helpful resources. That first one is broken, so we'll have to get back to that. But we've got a troubleshooting failed solves that goes into more detail than what we've gone into here. The debug system, like we linked earlier, a general FAQ page, and then our discussions forum. So I think we mentioned our discussions forum on Monday or on Tuesday, but take a look at that and use the search function for those. It's very likely at this point that your question has already been asked, or some variation of your question has already been asked, and you might be able to get some useful helps from that forum. So I highly recommend you take advantage of that.
So the type of there's multiple different types of adaptivity. And the main one that we use in Moose is called H-adaptivity. And the idea behind mesh adaptivity in general is that you're trying to optimize or automatically optimize your mesh in order to capture your solution fields. Okay. We've talked a couple of times today about convergence rates, and those depend on doing things like refining your mesh globally and resolving your problem and seeing how much closer you get to like an analytic solution as you refine your mesh and keep solving the problem. Well, the thing is, refining your mesh globally is typically a huge waste because it's often the case that in a lot of your domain, there's not much going on and you don't need as many elements in those areas. And then in some parts of your domain, there's a lot happening and you really need to capture solution fields in that particular area. So again, going back to our lunchtime talk, a very clear example of this is cracking. That kind of smeared cracking method or phase field cracking method that he was showing relies on being able to resolve those crack fronts as they're moving through the domain. And so you want to have a lot of mesh right around where those crack fronts are to be able to capture the intricacies of what's going on there. But in most of the domain where it's not cracking, you don't want to waste a lot of computational time solving for your fields out there, right? So what mesh adaptivity allows you to do is try to put your degrees of freedom where they're going to be the most useful in your domain. And H-adaptivity in particular, the way that it works is off of refining and coarsening different parts of your mesh in order to best capture your solution with the least number of degrees of freedom. So refining is the idea where you're going to split elements, make smaller elements, and coarsening is the opposite, where you're going to take small elements and make them bigger, where you don't need as many elements. So as it says here, one of the ways to do that is to concentrate degrees of freedom or concentrate small elements where the error in your domain is highest. But we don't always know that. We can't always compute the error. So we have other things like error indicators that kind of tell us about where the error is, for instance. So we want to add degrees of freedom where we have areas of high error, and we want to reduce our degrees of freedom where we have areas of low error, where we're capturing the solution really well. We do that using two systems that work together in Moose. So one of them is the indicator system, which is how we compute the error fields. And then the marker system, which is how we decide, based on those error fields, what is going to be refined and what is going to be coarsened, and also what's just going to be left alone. Mesh adaptivity can be employed in both steady and transient. I'd say that most of the time it's used in transient calculations, but you can use it for both. Okay, so let's talk about refinement patterns for a minute. If you take the different types of elements that are in Moose, which we get from libmesh, by the way, which is our underlying finite element library. If you think about a square, there's an infinite number of ways to split a square, right? We could take it, break it up into 1,000 different triangles that are all different shaped in order to add more elements inside of a square. But it turns out that just doing anything random is not necessarily that easy. So within libmesh and Moose, we use something called self-similar refinement, which is basically that if you refine a square, you get more squares. If you refine a triangle, you get more triangles, and so on and so forth, for the most part, for most of the elements. What's that? And coarsening would be the opposite of that. So up here you can see you refine a square, you get 4 smaller squares, for instance, okay? Or a quad, I guess, to get over into finite element lingo. You refine a quadrilateral, you get 4 quads out of it. If you're coarsening, you just go the other way. You take 4 quads and you go back to 1 quad, okay? Yep, so coarsening happens in reverse. And down here, I'm showing that there's this idea of mesh levels. Level 0 is the mesh that you either read in from a file or originally generated using the mesh generator system, okay? It's the very most basic mesh. And within Moose, we can't coarsen beyond level 0. So we can't read in a mesh that you generated externally and then take that and try to make it coarser. So the coarsest mesh that you can ever have is the one that you initially start with. That's a really important point. And then what we can do is we can refine that by splitting elements. And the first time you split an element, the next elements that come in, those smaller ones, are at what we call refinement level 0. So you can kind of think of it like a tree structure. And then if you split some of those elements, those new elements are at mesh level 2, and so on and so forth, okay? And then the elements that are at higher levels of refinement, level 1, 2, 3, 4, etc., those can be coarsened back. So what this means is that you should mesh in your external mesh generation capability to capture the geometry and put as many elements as you need in there just to capture the geometry and nothing more. And then use Moose either by uniformly refining the mesh or by using mesh adaptivity to add the elements where they need to be added in order to capture the solution. So don't try to, in your mesh generation tool, add a bunch of elements where you think they're going to be needed, because you're probably going to be wrong and you're going to be wasting a lot of time. Just capture a geometry and let Moose capture the solution, basically, using mesh adaptivity. Okay. So indicator objects, there's quite a few built in, and of course, this is a pluggable interface, just like anything else in Moose. You can make your own indicators. Again, you're trying to get some sort of a field that represents like a relative amount of error on every element. So one of the more popular ways to do this for like Lagrange finite elements, for instance, is using the gradient jump indicator. And what you're looking at in gradient jump is you're looking at the difference in gradient across element edges. All right, so you literally integrate the jump and the gradient across element edges, and that becomes a measure of your error. Now, why is that a good measure, right? So something kind of frustrating is people often say that they need more mesh where they have high gradients in their solution. It's not actually true, right? A line can capture a gradient perfectly well, right? Whether it's really steep or really flat, a line is great at capturing a gradient. What a linear element is not good at capturing is curvature, right? And so it's not actually the gradient that's the problem. It's the sharp curve to go from like flat to gradient or back to flat if you have like some sort of a front moving through. That's actually the problem. So it's the curvature at the top and at the bottom of like switching from one gradient to another. So this gradient jump, what it's trying to do is it's trying to give you an approximation of the amount of curvature that you have in that area of your simulation, right? The second derivative, effectively, the jump in the first derivative is an approximation of the second derivative. Linear elements are typically bad at representing second derivatives, so this is a very natural error indicator. A similar kind of idea is the flux jump indicator, same thing as gradient jump, except now you're also going to take into account material properties. Sometimes that makes sense, sometimes it doesn't. Laplacian jump is the same idea, but going up one more order on your derivatives. So this is giving you an approximation of the third derivative of the second derivative. Yeah, jump of the second derivative, yeah. So you're getting an approximation of the third derivative of your solution. Now this is useful if you're using C1 continuous elements. So C1 continuous elements, which we have a few in Moose, give you smooth gradients all the way across the domain. So you don't have a gradient jump. If you're going to use the gradient jump, it would come out as 0 everywhere, because you're actually literally solving for solution fields that have a continuous gradient. So now you need to go up one order higher on your derivatives and look at the jump in the third derivative to start seeing error. So that's the Laplacian jump. And then the analytic indicator is one that's not really useful for analysis usually, but can help you develop your indicators and your marking schemes. So if you're solving a problem that has an analytic solution, you can just plug the analytic solution in, and the analytic indicator will give you out literally the exact amount of error, let's say in the L2 norm, on every single element in your domain. So in that case, it's not an indicator, it's literally an error computation that is the true error on every element. So once you've run an error indicator and you get out a field, and it's literally a field in Moose, you can output it. You can see it in your output if you want to. And you can see where all of your error is. The markers then help you decide what to refine, like what elements to split and make smaller, and what to coarsen, right? And there's several different ways of doing that. Error fraction, error tolerance, value threshold are ways of kind of measuring how much of your domain has a high amount of error versus how much of your domain has a low amount of error, and then trying to make decisions based on that, on what should be refined or coarsened. The error fraction marker is probably the main workhorse marker, I would say, for for normal uses. The other ones are a little bit more specialized. And then the box marker doesn't use a marker field at all. It just lets you draw a box and say, I want to refine everything within this box. And you can optionally say, I want to coarsen everything outside of the box, or vice versa. Okay, so if you know that something is going to be happening in your domain at one particular spot, maybe you're going to like nucleate a void or something in that area. Like before that ever happens, you can put a box marker there to make sure you have fine mesh just in that area. And there's lots of other kinds of markers that are kind of in this same kind of ad hoc methodology. And then combo marker allows you to take combinations of these things. So you can run multiple markers and then decide how to combine them. Basically, how to take the union of them in different ways. Yeah.
Interesting question. I thought would be timed well here.
Sure.
What happens if you're trying to do adaptivity with two different variables? If you're trying to look at gradients for two different variables with two different very odd characteristics with different scales and everything.
Perfect.
What are your strategies on that?
So for me personally, I would compute. What's that? Oh yeah, sure. So the question was, what do you do if you have two different variables that need to be refined in different places in the domain? And a perfect question for Moose, because that's our whole purpose, right? Is solving multiple fields simultaneously. So for me personally, I would probably compute two different indicator fields, one for each one, compute two different marker fields, one for each variable, and then I'd use the combo marker to combine them together in order to get like a union marking out of it. And what you'll end up with is basically refinement in your mesh that will try to capture both of those variables simultaneously. But you certainly have tons of flexibility for how you do it. Okay, input file syntax. Whoa, what is this?
Yeah, it's take away like 4 of the block redefined.
What? I don't even understand how this happened. It's indicators all the way down. Okay, so input file syntax, you have the adaptivity block, and then let's skip some of these parameters for a second. But underneath the adaptivity block, you have an indicators block and a markers block. And under there, you can put not many nestings of indicators or markers, but you can put multiple sub blocks where each one represents a different indicator or a different marker.
For first showing them slash syntax.
So the slash syntax here, which is probably what's messing this up, to tell you the truth, is kind of shorthand syntax for creating an indicators block and then putting this all lowercase indicator block underneath, nested underneath that. So it's just doing it all at one time in one statement. So you can use this kind of slash syntax to kind of shorten up your input file a little bit if you only have one sub block. What's that? Yeah, so you can add as many indicators, as many markers as you want. But let's go back up to these parameters at the top now. So initial steps, what initial steps is how many times to apply the adaptivity scheme, basically, to the initial condition. So as I mentioned earlier, you want to create a really coarse mesh that just captures your geometry for your level 0 mesh. But then you want to have a mesh that has a decent density to it to start your problem. You don't want to just start from step 0 with that really coarse mesh. And so the initial steps capability allows you to adapt your mesh to your initial condition. So if you have a huge amount of curvature in your initial condition, or let's say a boundary condition that doesn't match the rest of your domain, you can use this to basically get a nice fine mesh around those features right from the beginning before you ever start your simulation. So initial steps equals 2 means it's going to run 2 cycles of indicate, mark, refine, and then it'll go back and re-project your initial condition and then indicate, mark, refine again. And then I think it re-projects your initial condition one last time on the final mesh that you get. Now, to make that work, there's also this capability here called initial marker. So it means that you can have a different marker dialed up for marking for your initial condition versus all the rest of your time steps. Okay, cycles per step is how many adaptivity cycles you're going to do every time step. So with 2, what that means is that you're going to solve a time step, and then you're going to compute your indicator fields, use your markers, modify your mesh, and then you'll go back now with your modified mesh and solve that time step again on your newly refined mesh. And then I can't remember if 2 means to do that one more time or if that was already 2. I think it does it one more time. That was the 2. cycles. I can't remember actually if 2 includes the first solve or not. We'll go run it. But basically, cycles let you resolve the same time step multiple times while you're changing your mesh for that time step, so that you can get kind of like the perfect mesh for that time step before you move on. This is important if you have a really fast-moving field, because your field might move like beyond where you have refined mesh, and then your refined mesh will kind of be always trailing where your field is. It won't be where you actually need it to be. So you need to solve and then go back and change your mesh and resolve again in order to get the mesh in the right spot. And then marker is where you choose the actual marker that's going to change the mesh every single time step. So as I mentioned, you can have multiple markers. You can have as many markers as you want. They come out in the output file. You can see them as a field. They'll show you where they're going to be refining, coarsening, etc. But ultimately, you have to choose just one that's going to be used for modifying the mesh. And that's where that combo marker comes into effect, where you can combine multiple markers together. And then you can say that combo marker is your like final marking field that you're going to use to modify the mesh. Max H level is telling you, on going back to this idea of the levels, if you say a max H level of 2, that means your elements will never get smaller than this, for instance. Okay. It's just a way of kind of restricting your mesh adaptivity so that you don't run out of memory basically on your machine. Because if you just let this thing go crazy, it can generate a lot of elements and destroy your computer. So max H level is a good idea. Okay. So let's look at how this is kind of applied. So the first thing we're going to do in step 7, we have several input files. The first one is this coarse input file, so it has no adaptivity in it. It's just making a fairly coarse mesh and then running it. And then we have a fine solution, which is making we're going to uniformly refine the mesh 3 times. So this is one way that you can do this in the mesh block. You can say uniformly refine equals 3, and that'll split every mesh, every element in your mesh 3 times, right? And again, if you're using quads, that means you get 4 elements every time you do that, right? So think about how fast this is generating new elements. So be careful with that uniform refine option. It's very easy to destroy your computer. So uniform refine equals 3 will give us our fine solution, and we can run that. And then the adaptivity input file, we have, maybe, where is it? Ah, that's so weird.
At the bottom.
At the bottom. Usually the adaptivity stuff is at the top, but for some reason it's at the bottom of this input file. But here we have, using the gradient jump indicator, we're telling it what temperature we want, what variable we want to act on. Scale by flux spaces is a really interesting option. I mentioned that you're integrating the jump and the gradient around every element. Well, elements that are on a boundary, there's no jump in the gradient on that boundary because there's no element on the other side. And so they will automatically have less error in this scheme. So what scale by flux faces does is it tries to rescale the error for elements that are on the boundary so that they have, on average, the same amount of error as everything else in the domain. Basically the idea. And then the marker here, we're using an error fraction marker. This is saying, gosh, I can't remember the error fraction scheme at this point. This is saying, is it coarse in 15% of the elements? I think it's coarse in elements that make up 15% of the total error. And then refine 0.7 is refine elements that make up to 70% of the total error, like if you were to add them all up, I think, but could be wrong. Okay, and then here's how this works out. So here we have the coarse solution at the bottom. I believe the adaptivity solution is in the middle and the fine solution on top. And we're going to have this kind of front moving through here from our problem. And so you can see the coarse solution, we end up with a fairly diffuse front here because we don't have enough elements to really capture the sharp front. The fine solution looks really good, but of course, out here where there's nothing going on, we're wasting a huge amount of compute time. Versus the adapted solution, we get exactly what we want. Elements right around where we need it, and nice coarse elements everywhere else. Now, question is, why this? Why does the adaptivity pattern look like this? It's not even straight. Like, anybody explain? Why would it not be just perfectly straight on both ends of the like adaptivity band there? Of the total error?
The elements, 50% of elements in the band of like what the value is.
Okay.
So that explains why.
Well, no, it doesn't
Kind of,
actually. It still doesn't explain why it's not straight. Why wouldn't it have straight bounds? Kind of where the adaptivity is. Well, the reason why is because we're doing cylindrical coordinates here, right? And I mentioned that the way that this is working is it's integrating the error around, it's integrating the jump around the element edges. And whenever it does that, it takes the cylindrical coordinates into account as well. So the elements on the outside of our pipe, which are on the top of this piece of the domain, actually represent a larger volume of our total domain. And therefore, they have a higher error in them overall. So that's why the adaptivity field is not like straight on both sides. Other than that, the reason it's kind of ragged and kind of glitchy like that has to do with basically what you choose as what's your refinement and coarsening options. The like kind of blip back and forth between refined and coarsened is you're kind of seeing a fight happening between the refinement part and the coarsening part. It's like going back and forth. Yeah.
Maybe comment on the start with refine and coarsen. We started with the solution refined instead and actually coarsened down.
Right. That's a good point. So if we go back here to the initial condition, what Logan was just saying that you want to start with a fairly fine mesh to capture your solution in the beginning, because we don't know where the solution needs elements from the initial condition in this case, because the initial condition is just constant. So what we did is we started with 3 uniform refinements up front. So that's why the fine mesh and the adapted mesh look the same in the beginning. And then in the very first step, you can see that the adaptivity system instantly coarsened out all the elements that were unneeded while keeping the elements that are needed to capture the solution here. All right. So again, start with the coarsest mesh that you can for what you're reading in and what you're generating, and then let the adaptivity system figure out where the elements need to go. Now, I wouldn't mind running this. Let's see if it works. So first of all, let's run the coarse one. Oh, good point. Okay. So 7A coarse. Here's the coarse solution. Nice and fast and wrong. Okay. So you can choose fast or correct, one of the two. But hopefully adaptivity gives us something that's both. So now let's look at the fine one, which was 7B. And you can see that each time step is taking a pretty appreciable amount of time here. And then I'm not even going to let this run completely. It takes too long. And then let's look at the adaptive method, which basically gives us the same solution as the fine mesh, but a lot faster, right? But if you notice there in the very beginning, the first couple of steps are slow, right? because it has that full refined mesh in the beginning, and then once it coarsens out all those elements it doesn't need, then it flies, right? So this is kind of the power of mesh adaptivity. Let's see. The other thing to look at here is let's see. Nope. How do you set the number of time steps?
Execution slash steps.
Executioners. I said end steps instead of non steps, of course. So this is where I'm setting a parameter on the command line to tell it to do 4 steps. And then to tell it to turn on timing, outputs / perf graph equals true.
Fast.
Okay, so if you want to look at Moose timing, you can turn on the performance graph. It's in the execution, it's in the outputs block. You can say perf graph equals true in the outputs block, and you'll get out a table like this at the end, okay? And if you go look at the documentation on the website, there's a lot more options that you can do with the perf graph output, where you can tell it to output more or less information. But by default, you get a decent amount of information here, where you can see how many times each of these critical parts of Moose was run, how much time on average it took on average, how much memory was used total by each one of these sections, etc. In this case, everything was still pretty fast. Let's see here. Self average percent total seconds here. So the card solve is kind of our overall total solve time. So it was about 1.5 seconds. So one thing that we can do here is we can run it in parallel. Okay. So I can just say MPI exec -n2, and now it'll use 2 procs. So we had 1.5 second kind of solve time. And now we have, yeah, that's pretty good. 0.8. Okay. It's pretty good for going from 1 proc to 2, cut it mostly in half. For this small of a problem, that's pretty good. Let's go with 4. Still not bad. We went from 0.8 to 0.5. We're definitely losing some efficiency, but still going much faster. I don't remember how many procs I have. How many procs do I have? Nothing. I think I only have 6. 8 and 2. So anyway, yeah, run with more processors and it runs faster. That's the basic thing there. We didn't have to write any code.
Until it doesn't.
What's that?
Until it doesn't.
Until it doesn't. And why doesn't it?
You have a small problem and you just throw like 1,000 processors at it, all the computation. Well, all the time gets tied up in communication, and that slows everything down.
Right. So the answer here from Patrick was, for those of you not here, that communication time basically ends up swamping computation time at some point. You're adding more processors, so you're greatly reducing your amount of computation time. But as you add more processors, you're increasing your amount of communication time. And at some point, those two things cross, and you end up increasing communication more than you're decreasing computation. And this can actually go the other way around. As you continue to spread this thing out, it can actually slow down from adding more communication than you are getting an increase in computation. Especially if you don't have enough processors. Then you're just overburdening your machine and it's not doing much. So where's that crossover point? A really good rule of thumb is somewhere in the like 10,000 degrees of freedom per processor range, 10 to 20,000. In this particular case, we only have 6,000 degrees of freedom. Where?
Stops. 12,000.
12,000. Well, that's including the auxiliaries. No,
That's
yeah,
fine.
okay. 12,000 degrees of freedom. So even the fact that we were able to get speed up out to like 4 processors was kind of a lot. We were all the way down to like 3,000 degrees of freedom on average over our procs, which is a very low amount. So the fact that we didn't get any speed up past that is not surprising, okay? Because at that point we have such a tiny problem for each processor to work on that the communication time is swamping our execution time. All right, well, I just kind of wanted to run something in parallel because I'm not sure that we had yet, just to show you kind of how easy it is. Oh, you know what? While I'm here, what about threading? So that's MPI. Again, we get like 1.5 seconds-ish. What about if I use threads? If you can't see it over there, it's --n-threads. And let's use 2 threads instead of 2 MPI. Well, it definitely is faster. We got still a decent speed up at 0.8. That's not bad. Alex Lindsay, if he's watching, disbelieves this because he hates threads so much. And then
I showed the timings.
in threads 4 actually does a pretty good job again, although it cuts it in half-ish again. So that's not bad. Now let's see if we get better. How do we get on 8? It still doesn't go any further past 4. 2 and 2, so we can do that. We can run 2 MPI ranks and 2 threads each. So that still takes a total of 4 processors. And that looks slower than just running 4 of either one. Okay, why would you choose these different things? Why MPI versus threading? Well, when you're running MPI, it's creating another instance of your application for each one of those MPI ranks, okay? And depending on what you're doing, how big your data files are, et cetera, that might mean that you're reading in another huge data file into memory for each one of those instances of your application. Versus running threads, they're sharing memory. So you'll create one instance of your application, and then you're running threads, and they're all sharing that same memory pool. They're sharing the same instance of the mesh and instance of the data files that you have loaded, for instance. And so threads can be a way to use more processing capability without adding more memory overhead for it, okay? But yeah, but in general, threads are less efficient, okay? Because of this, because they're accessing the same memory at the same time. And that means there's some amount of contention for reading and writing, okay? Well, mostly writing. So threads are usually not as good as MPI. But if you don't have enough memory to be able to address all of your processors using MPI, then use threads to at least get as much speed up as you can. Okay, yeah.
Comment on work balance. Got a question.
Sure. Repartitioning is great. I wish I had time right now to actually dial up an input file and show you what's going on. But every time we change the mesh so when you're refining the mesh and that refinement band is moving across your domain like that. Okay, let's start over. When we split for MPI, what we're doing is we're literally splitting the domain up. We like cut the domain up and we give each processor a different part of the domain to work on, okay? And if we were to kind of hold that constant and just let that mesh adaptivity move through the domain, it would mean that the MPI ranks that are holding the part of the domain where the fine mesh is right now would have a lot more work to do than the other MPI ranks. And the whole thing would slow down because we'd just be waiting for the one processor that had all the work to do, okay? So when we're using mesh adaptivity, we also have to dynamically rebalance. So every time the mesh is changing, we're actually repartitioning. That process of splitting up the mesh is called partitioning. We're repartitioning the mesh again and changing what parts of the mesh are on each MPI rank, and then basically redoing all of the data and memory that's being held on every processor so that everybody has the right data again. So that's all happening automatically behind the scenes. It's automatically rebalancing the problem every single time the mesh is changing, actually. Yeah.
Do you comment on the expense of that process, problems, and also less expensive if should changes if it doesn't change by very much, etc.
Yes. So the question was about how expensive the repartitioning, rebalancing problem is. It's something that people used to worry about a whole lot. I got to tell you, like, it's been a long time since that's really made up any large portion of a solve time for me. Most of these problems are so difficult that we solve with Moose. They're spending a lot of time in the linear and nonlinear solvers, and not so much time either computing indicator fields, modifying the mesh, or rebalancing the problem. But for a really small problem like this, where you're going to be blowing through thousands of time steps really, really fast, it could probably show up. I don't know, Roy, if you have a better answer for kind of how expensive it is. It's really not that expensive. And yes, it does do less communication if the mesh changes less. And we actually use a repartitioning scheme that takes that into account. It actually tries to keep the same elements on the same processor as much as it can while trying to also balance the mesh.
Yeah, so by default, when we hand something to Metis or Parmetis, we hand the existing partitioning in as the first thing we give it, and it's just trying to improve that rather than trying to start from scratch. I think Parmetis does a better job at that, though. There's definitely overhead with the whole repartitioning process, and that can be worse than the gains that you get by getting better load balancing at the end of it. I think it's more of an art than a science there, though, unfortunately. With my own applications, I always liked just repartitioning after every couple refinement steps, maybe every 3 instead of every single one. I'm not sure if we have any interface to do that in Moose, though.
No, we don't. We don't. Thanks, Roy. Yeah. Hmm? Yeah. So, okay. Is it worth actually going and modifying the?
No,
No.
we're 30 minutes late.
Okay. All right. So with mesh partitioning, you're trying to balance a couple of different things, not just the work, but you're also trying to reduce the amount of communication, right? The communication surface for finite elements has to do with how many edges are cut in your domain to make the partitions. So if you think about it, the partitions for some domain like this where it's mostly square and you're using quadrilateral elements, the partitions that are going to reduce the surface area of the partitions are going to be mostly square. Okay. And so there's a trade-off. If you make really long, thin partitions like what you're talking about, you end up with a huge communication surface between all the processors. And so you've balanced your load and you've reduced the amount of rebalancing you have to do, but now you've created by default a whole bunch of communication that they have to do as well. Okay, so there's trade-offs in all these things. So the partitioning libraries that we use try to come up with the best way of splitting up the domain to balance the amount of work and to reduce the amount of communication that's done. And it's definitely not an easy problem. It's an NP complete problem, I believe. Roy can probably tell me. I believe it's an NP complete problem, which means it's a really hard computer science problem that we basically don't solve exactly. We have kind of an optimization process that iterates on it. So
yeah, with Parmetis, I think it's a big bag of heuristics. We've actually just run into issues where people were kind of surprised that they would repartition a mesh twice and the partitioning would be different the second time. But if you think about that, that's almost what you'd expect because we're iteratively applying a bag of heuristics. So, we have to have some kind of stopping criterion. And then if you hand that same mesh back to Parmetis, it's not just going to stop after 0 iterations. It's going to see if it can make some improvement after that. I think for people who really want like a deterministic partitioning, that's scalable too. The only thing we've got in that vein is probably the Hilbert space filling curve based partitioning.
Well, there's more than that in Moose, right? We've got a whole partitioning system in Moose. So if you want to dial up your own partitioner, and in fact, dialing up those long skinny layers that you're talking about is really easy in Moose. It's called the linear partitioner, and you give it a direction, and it basically chops your mesh along that line in order to chop up the domain. So, and you can put your own partitioner in if you want to. So inherit from partitioner, override the virtual function, and dial up your own. And that is useful. So Bison, for instance, has these long skinny domains where they have contact across them. And if you use the default partitioning, it's going to partition the fuel separately from the cladding because there's no connection in the mesh. But using the linear partitioner, you can guarantee that like the disconnected part of one domain that's going to be contacting the other part of the other domain are on the same processor, which will actually give you some efficiency.
Or you can use the random partitioner for development.
Yeah, random partitioner is fun as well.
Okay.
Last thing I'll say on this is you can output as an auxiliary field. We were talking about the auxiliary system. If you want to know how this is working, you can use the PID aux kernel and dial up an auxiliary field that actually tells you the processor ID of every single element. And you can output that as a field and actually watch it over time and see what Moose is doing. Okay. It's a nice way to see what's happening, learn about it, which is what I would do if I had time, but Logan's telling me I'm already 30 minutes behind. Okay.
What's fun? The multiple subdomain is actually needed.
What is it?
We split the top and bottom into different subdomains, change the materials that will actually evolve differently inside versus outside the pipe. Look up at the top, there's like a mesh generator.
Okay, so in this one, we have two different material properties in the outside of the pipe versus the inside of the pipe. And we're going to use mesh adaptivity to capture the weird looking front that happens because we have a higher velocity in the inner part of the pipe versus the outer part of the pipe, basically. And you can see that, trying to capture that sort of a front by yourself in your mesh generator would be a very difficult thing to do, right? You get kind of these weird plumes that come off in different angles and things like that. So it's not something you want to try to do manually. Let Moose do this. Okay, next. Postprocessors. All right, maybe I'll try to speed up a little bit here.
Sorry,
Oh, yeah, Patrick, you're up.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, going from 7C to 7D.
Yeah.
What changed that
From
made,
7B to 7C?
C to D, because
C to D.
C, the front is
Right.
like that, but then you got multiple subdomains.
So multiple subdomains is the wrong name for that. We should rechange it. It's multiple.
You just like
it's different material properties. So the porosity was different on the inner part of the pipe versus the outer part of the pipe.
All right, hello everyone. My name is Patrick Bainey. I'm a computational scientist here at INL in the Moose team. And today I'll be talking to you about postprocessors. Over the projector. All right. So the postprocessor system is basically a way to aggregate or reduce data from our Moose simulations. And they're also useful for coupling physics together. So there are two main systems for aggregating data. There are postprocessors and vector postprocessors. And both of these are based on the user object system. So we'll talk about that a little bit first. So what is the user object system? It's just a way to define arbitrary interfaces between Moose objects. So basically, we can write user objects to do custom calculations for us and provide those results to other systems in Moose that might need to use those results. So postprocessors are something that end up giving you a single scalar value, while vector postprocessors are very similar, but from the name, you can guess that they will give you a vector of data to use. So user objects define their own interface, again, which all other Moose objects can use to retrieve useful data. So we can set when we want to execute our user objects. We have a lot of flexibility. We can execute them at the beginning of the simulation, after every time step, or the beginning, after, on each linear and nonlinear iteration. Really, there's a lot of flexibility there. And if we're only interested in some parts of the domain, we can restrict the user objects to only execute on those parts. So think of specific blocks in the domains. We're interested in a specific material. We're interested in a side set or a boundary. We can set it up to only execute in the locations we care about. And there are many types of user objects depending on what we want to do. Here's the complete list, depending on whether we want to execute them on elements, nodes, sides, and so on. So the structure of a user object has an initialize function. It's used to set up data structures and prepare for computing and storing data. Now, we actually do the computation and compute what we want with the execute function. And that's called, how often that's called is set by the execute on parameter. In cases where we're using multi-threading, there's this thread join function, where we just provide instructions on how to tell the different threads to communicate data to each other, talk to each other. And then finalize, the finalize function is where we wrap up all the work. So if we're running on multiple processors, we can communicate the results to each other and end up getting the final value or values that we care about across all the processors. That's where the parallel communication happens. So how do we actually use these when we're writing Moose objects? Well, let's see. Yeah, here's an example. Say we want to write a user object that will compute the average value of a variable on a block. We can define a function like this. They'll just compute average value given a block. And then any Moose object that needs to use this value can call this user objects method. So how do we actually use the user object? Well, we can add it as a required parameter. And then when we're ready to initialize it, we define, when we want to get the value, say the block average value, we can define a variable for that. And that gets filled in the initialization list when we call this get user object getter function. So that's very similar to what we've seen in the past. And once we have that, once we filled in block average value, we can actually use the functions in that user object to compute average values on subdomain blocks that we care about. So that was user objects. Let's move on to the postprocessor system, which is built on the user object system. So again, postprocessors just perform data reduction or aggregation to compute quantities of interest that we care about. So since they're user objects, postprocessors have all the same capabilities that we can compute quantities on elements, nodes, sides, and so forth. So again, postprocessors inherit from user objects. So we have these initialize, we have these same functions. Initialize sets up the data structures. execute computes the quantities of interest that we care about. And the skip value function down here is an interface to the post processor, so other Moose objects can grab the computed quantity of interest that we care about to use further on in the simulation or just output for the user. And the good thing is that the system is, as it is, the base classes are already very robust and they do a lot of this work for you. We also have some utilities to do the parallel communication. So for MPI communication, we have these functions such as gather sum. It'll sum all the results from all the processors if we're doing a parallel simulation. And we also have these reduction operations like gather min and max to compare values across processors and return the minimum or maximum value across all processors. So a lot of utilities to help you with parallel communication. All right, how do we output the results of a, well, speaking of which, there are already a lot of built-in post-processor types in Moose. I'll go ahead and show you just how many there are. Post-processors. Yeah, we have a lot of post-processors, so chances are you won't have to write your own. I came to INL I started working here at INL in December. I haven't had to write my own Moose code yet. I haven't had to write a post processor. I've just been able to use everything that's been here. So chances are, unless your application is extremely custom, you can find something to help you from what we already have in Moose. So yeah, there are many built-in post-processor types. And by default, when you run a simulation, the post-processors will be printed out. The post-processor values will be printed out to the console. But if you want to write them to a file, you can enable CSV equals true in the outputs blocks to get those post-processors written to a CSV file. All right, how do we access a post-processor if we're writing a custom Moose object? Well, we just define a constant reference to post-processor value, and we fill that in the initializer list using this get post-processor value function and give the name of the post-processor we want to get. Yeah. Yeah. The post-processor in quotes is the name of the post-processor in the input file, right?
It's the name of the input program specified.
Correct. Yeah, that's, yeah. Yeah, so if you have a post-processor in the input file, say you have a post-processor called average temperature, and you want to pull that in, you would write get post-processor average temperature. Yes, Vasily. I don't see why not. Well, yes. Yep. Yeah, because when you define a post processor and input, you specify what variable that operates on, and that can of course be an auxiliary variable. Yeah. So that's how we grab post processors in our custom Moose objects. We use that get post processor value function. And of course, it is possible to assign a default value to a post processor. That's shown here. So if you have an application where that's useful or that flexibility exists. All right, that's post processors. I'll move on to vector post processors, which are extremely similar, except that they compute vectors of values instead of a single scalar value. So again, the same flexibility exists. We can do computations on data based on elements, nodes, sides in the problem, and so on. So for an example, if we might want to do an element vector postprocessor, well, I can't think of a vector application right now, but just for a postprocessor, we might want an element postprocessor if we want to compute the average value of a variable over the domain. We might want a side postprocessor if we want to compute the flux of a variable through a boundary. So those are two examples of where you would want to use different postprocessors for different locations in the problem. Yeah, in each block. Yeah, Derek pointed out that an example for the element vector postprocessor would be to compute the average value of a variable in each subdomain of a problem. The anatomy of a vector postprocessor is very similar to postprocessors. We have those initialize, execute, thread join, and finalize functions. Instead of a get value function to get the value of a postprocessor, we have get vector to get the vector of values from the vector postprocessor. And then get vector, you have to specify the name of the vector you want, because vector postprocessors can store multiple named vectors. And the syntax for dealing with vector postprocessors is very similar. If we want to use those values in our Moose objects, we have a constant reference to vector postprocessor value. And we can initialize that variable using the declare vector function, which is used to name that vector. So vector postprocessors, I do not believe they are by default printed out to the console because they can be very large. But if we want to write those results to file, we would enable that with CSV equals true option in the output block. All right, how do we use a vector postprocessor? How do we get the values and use it in our Moose object? We just define a variable to hold the vector. Here it's called x values, and we use the get postprocessor value function with the vector name, well, with the postprocessor name to fill that variable, and then that data is available to be used with our Moose objects. So let's look at some results that use vector postprocessors. So I think Derek went over this very quickly at the end. But in the last problem, we saw the temperature propagation. It was slower on the bottom and it came out. No, I think it was slower on the top and came out faster on the bottom, something like that. And it's because two different materials were defined. So in this problem, we're back to one material, but we have a variable porosity. We give it a parsed function. So basically the porosity varies with y. And we're going to use two postprocessors. Well, we're going to use two postprocessors and a vector postprocessor. So we're interested in the average temperature. So we use an element average value postprocessor here. And we want the average value of the temperature variable. We're also going to compute the outlet heat flux out of the right side of the pipe. So for that, we'll use an AD side diffusive flux interval. We're going to compute that on the temperature variable at the right boundary. And we specify the thermal conductivity as the diffusivity to give us the heat flux out of the right end of the pipe. All right, finally, we have a vector postprocessor. This one is a line value sampler. So this with this one, we give it a line and it will give us values of the variable sampled across that line. So here we're interested in a vertical line at the x coordinate 0.1. And we want it to give us temperatures across that line. We can specify how many points on that line we want. So here we specify 500. And the sort by parameter is just telling it to, in the vector, sort the temperature sample values in order of increasing y. So that's the only thing different about this problem is this variable porosity and the use of postprocessors and vector postprocessors. So let's, I'll run it really quickly. Command plus. That is embarrassing. Thank you. Yeah. All right, so that while that runs, I'm going to jump just to the results. So before I play this, up here we have this we have the problem domain, what we're used to seeing. Down here we'll be plotting results from the postprocessors and vector postprocessor. So on this left plot, we'll have the average temperature in the domain. That'll play as a function of time. Still on this left plot, but on the right axis, we'll have the heat flux out of the right end of the pipe, also as a function of time. Over here on this right plot, we will have basically the results of the vector postprocessor. So we'll have the temperature at the x position 0.1 is a function of time. So let's play that. So you see, as heat flows into the pipe, the average temperature rises. And as heat approaches the end of the pipe, the heat flux out of the pipe rises. And then as the temperature approaches, the same throughout the domain, that derivative out of the pipe goes to 0 and the heat flux decreases. And I'll replay it to talk about the right plot. So we're on the right plot. This is the temperature around here at 0.1. We can see as the heat flows in, the temperature rises. The temperature is on the x-axis, and the y-axis is just the y-coordinate at this location. Yes, I'll be opening in pair view in a second. Okay, the simulation should be done by now. So just, I want to show the console output just to show that values of postprocessors are printed out. So with each time step, this handy little table is printed out, which shows the average temperature postprocessor and the outlet heat flux postprocessors for the last few time steps. So those values are very readily accessible. Also, since I had CSV equals true enabled in the output block, it dumped out a whole lot of CSV files. So most of these are for the vector postprocessor. In that case, a CSV file was created at each time step. There was one other CSV file for there's one other CSV file created for just the postprocessors. So I'll show that real quick. We still have these screens. That's the default. I think I can make it bigger, can I? Sure.
CSV.
Sure. So here's the CSV file for the post processors. You see they list the time steps in this column, the average temperature post processor, and the outlet heat flux post processor. So those are all given as a function of time. Again, as we go down and the heat flows through the pipe, the outlet heat flux actually goes up to non-zero, and then as the temperature stabilizes to one constant value in the pipe, the outlet heat flux goes down. It doesn't go back down to zero because steady state detection was turned on for this problem. I don't think the tolerance was super tight. Yeah, but the input file that I just ran is still slightly different from the old video, but it's still very applicable. So that's the post processor value. I'll show you the vector post processor output file really quickly. Very similar. It's just a data file. Gives us our temperature at each ID point. And it also lists the XYZ coordinate at each sample point. So that's useful. But again, this was a vertical line at x equals 0.1. So all the x values are 0.1 for this vector post processor. We go ahead and open up the actual Exodus file. Temperature. So there's the results. Like Derek said, I want to point out that the post processor values and vector post processor values are actually embedded in the Exodus file. Let me see if I can actually see those. Yeah, in this color by scheme, we have average temperature and outlet heat flux. Those are just scalar values. Does anyone know how to actually see those values? Plot over time. Yeah, I have it. Yeah, plot over time. Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, the black line is average temperature. The red line is way down there as outlet heat flux. But if we run that, well, this is already plotted as a function of time. But yeah, it just shows those scalar post-processor values as a function of time. So yeah, that's embedded there. I believe the vector post-processors, whoops, are also embedded. No? I think I just broke peer review. But one advantage of using the post-processor system instead of just analyzing the Exodus file and extracting that data is those post-processor values are computed in real time and in memory, so they don't rely on input-output operations that could be very time consuming. And this is really an invaluable tool in very large problems to be able to compute quantities of interest on the fly. Also, if we're using higher order shape functions, the post processors and vector post processors will actually take advantage of that information. Whereas if you try and view it in pair view will just use a linear interpolation and give you less accurate values.
Yep. In a moment, we're going to have Ben Spencer go through the mechanics part of this tutorial for us, because apparently none of the Moose team are qualified. Yeah, so thanks, Ben, for volunteering to do that. But before he does, I wanted to talk about the physics modules in general. So I mentioned the physics modules earlier, that it's this open source set of community developed physics that are available right in the Moose repository. And what it lets you do is right from day 0, since we're doing C++, right from day 0, you can start your application with a bunch of physics without having to code anything, right? So we've got heat conduction, solid mechanics, fluid flow, chemistry, a whole bunch of things in there. And so you can just turn those on in your application that you start and gain all those capabilities right from the very beginning. And then you only need to add the particular physics that are special to your particular problem in order to specialize things to solve your problem, all right? So it's, again, trying to cut down on reimplementation, trying to increase code reuse, those sorts of things. So I'm just going to quickly just talk about a few of these that are in here. There is a chemical reactions module. I'd say this one needs some love, by the way. If anybody out there is interested in doing some Moose, contributing to the Moose repository, this would be a great place to contribute. The chemical reactions module has been around a long time. It can do a few different types of chemical reactions. It was meant for doing reactive transport in porous flow, is kind of what it was originally developed for, but it can basically solve arbitrary networks of chemical reactions that you can input right in the input file. But it's a very old physics module, could use some updating. Contact, on the other hand, has been deeply under development since basically the beginning of Moose and continues to be under development. We have lots of contributors to this across the Moose ecosystem, but this is for both mechanical contact and also things like thermal contact as well. So being able to compute heat transport across gaps or across two bodies that are coming into contact, that sort of thing as well, all right? There's many different contact formulations. Make sure you go, actually this is a good time to kind of transition to the documentation a little bit. So make sure you look at the documentation for contact, which you can find under documentation and then go to modules here. And this is where you can find the documentation for all the physics modules. And actually, out of all the things in Moose, since these were not made by the Moose team, they have the best documentation. So if you go to contact here, for instance, it has nice theory page and goes into all the different objects and everything like that. So definitely go follow along in this documentation to find out what you need to about all the various modules. Let's see.
If you look at the syntax listing, it will show the objects also across all the modules in Moose by app.
Yes, true.
Syntax and things. Like Ray kernel, for example.
Right. So yeah, this is a roll up of all the physics modules plus all of the Moose objects is what the documentation is showing under syntax here. Okay, so contact, it's an important one. Ooh, this is a fun movie by Alex Lindsay that he's remade several times with different contact formulations, but it's an ironing problem here. So you have kind of like an indenter that's going in and scraping across your material, and you're looking at frictional contact, basically.
And Antonio made that. Just
It's a nice problem. Electromagnetics. So this was recently developed by Casey Eisenhower in the back of the room back there. It does electromagnetics.
I didn't know people talking about the face there.
Solves Maxwell's equations for complex fields using a Helmholtz wave equation formulation in 1 and 2D. Perfect.
Yeah.
I knew that. All right. Another physics module that's in there is called the external PETSI solver. You don't really want to look at this. Actually, nobody should be using this. All right, moving on. Fluid properties is becoming more important. Whenever we started Moose, so going back to the beginning of Moose was very agnostic of problem, very agnostic of what physics you wanted to solve. That was kind of the whole point. And then we added in the physics modules, but we still didn't add in any material properties, because those are, again, kind of special to your problem for the most part. But a lot of people need kind of very generic properties for most of the kinds of fluids and materials that we come into contact with daily. So the fluid properties module encapsulates a lot of that for us, so you don't have to go look for your own fluid property evaluation libraries and things like that. Fluid structure interaction, obviously this fluid structure interaction. FSI. Function expansion tools. This is an interesting one that doesn't get used enough, but we can use this to help us do kind of projections between different types of coordinate systems and things along those lines. It was used a while ago for doing coupling between Monte Carlo neutronics codes and Moose heat conduction calculations. Yeah, you can look at the document. There's extensive documentation on it. It lets you like project to different types of function spaces. Geochemistry is another chemistry option that's quite a bit newer, and I think this was developed by Andy Wilkins down in CSIRO, which is the one of the Australian national laboratories. Yes, so there's also a porous flow module in Moose that this was kind of meant to work with. So you can do your porous flow and your geochemistry together. We have a few different implementations of geochemistry. That would be another interesting project for people to take on. We've got a couple different open source codes that do geochemistry and geomechanics and porous flow that could use some combining. The heat conduction module you've already seen. I think Logan went over that earlier today, but basically it solves steady state and transient heat conduction. You can plug in your own material properties. Sure, also convection and radiation. Radiation?
Yeah, radiation.
Oh, okay. Interesting. So yeah, we have a ray tracing capability that lets us do radiative heat transfer calculations. And that's its own physics module, but the radiative heat transfer calculations themselves, the objects for doing that are in the heat conduction module. Level set lets you follow, how do I put it? It lets you follow sharp fronts through your domain. So if you want to keep track of a moving material boundary or something like that, you can use the level set module. Navier-Stokes does incompressible and compressible Navier-Stokes. It has, over the history of time, had many implementations of those equations, and you can go in there and see all those, but there's multiple finite element implementations and finite volume implementations of incompressible and weakly and fully compressible Navier-Stokes. Peter and Alex and others have been working really hard on this, and this is really maturing quickly right now. So, ooh, you're going to go over finite volume tomorrow? Sweet. I'll be sitting in for that one. Here's a nice looking, yeah, nice looking lid-driven cavity problem. Phase field calculations. So Dr. Dalbo at lunch was talking about tracking crack fronts using phase field. That's just one of the things it can do. We use it a lot for doing things like microstructure evolution. You can track like grain movement, coalescence, that sort of thing, and kind of material microstructures really easily. Look at things like gas development and gas bubble development inside of materials that are in irradiation fields, and how those gas bubbles would migrate around inside of the microstructure, move to grain boundaries, that sort of thing. It's one really nice thing about phase field is that it's basically its own moose for doing phase field calculations. So there's a whole framework just in the phase field module that basically exposes this small little interface where you basically just input your free energy functionals for each one of your terms that goes into your phase field calculation. And then everything else is handled for you. It automatically does all the derivatives of those functionals and everything that you need, and puts in all the right equations to solve. So it's a really, really neat system that if you're trying to do phase field calculations like solving Cahn-Hilliard equations, it really helps you do that. Force flow is another force flow module. Ray tracing I mentioned earlier. This was one that I started, but Logan Harbor has done a ton of work on. And it lets us do a lot more than just ray tracing, actually. So it was ray tracing because that's what I needed to do at the time. But you could think of this as a general capability for tracking particles through a mesh. And those particles can interact with your solution fields as well. So ray tracing is just a particle that moves in a straight line. But you can also use this for having a particle that moves along streamlines or is advected by fields. This is also what, again, we're using for the radiative heat transport calculations. A lot of what I worked on was making it extremely parallelizable. As it says up here, easily runs up to over 20,000 MPI ranks with billions of particles. So it can go to really massive scale and do tracing of particles through your mesh. There's also, Logan has abstracted out, by the way, I just want to say this, Logan's abstracted out a whole system that's called our parallel work system that the ray tracing is built on top of, that lets you basically parallelize any work that would need to be kind of like passed through a domain in general. And it's a really nice general system where you can define kind of what work you want to do on each processor and what the work packet looks like, and it'll take care of like moving that through the domain for you. It's using some really advanced sparse communication techniques to do that and make it really scalable. So we use that for a lot of different things, including our first order SN transport capability here, radiative heat transport. What else do we use it for?
We used to use double tracking, but mostly just sweeping Griffin.
Sweeping and Griffin, and yeah. Example of ray tracing through the mesh. So just looking at a light source that's kind of diffusing and going through the domain and bouncing off here. So these are the kinds of calculations you can do. We've done radiative heat transport with it. One of the more interesting applications was Andrew Slaughter back in the day did a snow field with the sun shining down on it. And so we could trace the sun rays, have them go into the snow and
the LiDAR scan with phase
yeah.
field of snow of air.
Right, LiDAR scan of a snow pack, and then have the sun rays hit that and scatter through the snowpack and everything like that, and be able to compute the temperature of the snowpack melting, all that sort of stuff. So very general capability. Reconstructed discontinuous Galerkin is part of our overall system for doing thermal hydraulics calculations. I believe this is all 1D. I think so. Is that true? I think it's 1D. The reactor module is a growing set of capability to help you run nuclear reactor calculations. One of the biggest things in here, though, is the meshing capability. This is developed by a team at Argonne National Lab led by Emily Schiemann. And this allows you to dial up really complex nuclear reactor geometries right from the input file, and they generate nearly instantly using the mesh generator system in Moose. So if you've ever tried to like use a mesh generator like Qubit or something like that to actually mesh a nuclear reactor, it is not easy. And this makes it really easy to get really complex mesh generations like this. This is actually what I initially made the mesh generator system for, was for reactor mesh generation. But I did I only just did a little tiny piece of it. And what they've been able to do is pretty incredible, to let you go all the way from kind of pen cells all the way up to full 3D reactor geometry. And it puts all the IDs and subdomain IDs, depletion IDs, all that sort of thing into the mesh that you need to be able to run Griffin and do depletion calculations, things like that. Stochastic tools. Peter or somebody else could explain this better than me, but the basic idea here is that this is going to help you run several different things. First of all, perturbations of your simulations. So if you just need to do like a parameter study, a parameter sweep, this can help you with that. It can help you with sensitivity analysis and uncertainty quantification. We've got a lot of Bayesian methods going in here to help with your uncertainty quantification. And then one of the other big things that it's doing is surrogate and reduced order model generation as well. So we're putting in a lot of really advanced methods for doing things like on-the-fly surrogate model training. Yeah, I mean, this is just an exploding area for us. So for Moose, this is kind of our interface to ML, AI, that whole world in general, of trying to interface Moose-based simulations with machine learning models, both training them and using them, basically. Now, one of the more interesting pieces of stochastic tools compared to other libraries that do stochastic perturbation and machine learning model generation is that we can do this all online, live, in memory, and in parallel. And using the multi-app system, we can run through many, many perturbations of your code by making one instance of your code in memory and then running it and resetting it, changing a parameter and running it again, all without shutting the code down or bringing it back up, which gives us the ability to do really massively parallel, massive numbers of samples that would be hard to do any other way. We did. I think it was billions of samples, yeah. So yeah, we were able to use this capability to do billions of samples of a pretty small, fast-running model, but it would be difficult to do billions of samples any other way, but just from the amount of time that it took to start up the calculation and write out the results. So here, all the results get both run in memory, kept in memory, communicated by MPI, and can be coalesced down into machine learning models all in memory without writing anything out to disk. So it's a really, really unique capability. All right, tensor mechanics is hopefully what Ben's going to tell us more about back there, but this is our solid mechanics capability in Moose. Why is it not called solid mechanics? Well, that's because of history. But yeah, it's our solid mechanics capability. Ben's going to tell us a lot more about it. Thermal hydraulics. This is the THM module in Moose, the thermal hydraulics module. It helps us do typically 1D fluid flow like you would need to do for systems analysis for nuclear reactors, like pipe flow kind of networks, that sort of thing. So that's built in. Extended finite element method. This was mentioned earlier today as well. This is typically used for things like crack propagation. Maybe that's the only thing it's used for. Something else. There we go. Yeah, Ben. Yes, thank you. Ben has been a big developer of this as well. So he also mentioned moving interface problems as well. Anything where you need a sharp cut through an element, this can help you with.
There's just one slide here that summarizes what we do in mechanics. There's more to it than this, but the main the top equation there is the equilibrium equation that we solve, that the divergence of the stress tensor, which is a rank 2 dimension 3 tensor, is 0. Well, the divergence of the stress plus body forces, the B is 0 in the domain. And then we apply a combination of Dirichlet and Neumann boundary conditions to it. There's a lot more to it than that, of course. There's a whole variety of ways that stress can be computed, depending on the material that you're modeling. Variety of plasticity, creep, elasticity, damage, fracture, etc. There's a lot goes into that behind the scenes, and we have capabilities for all that. Also, I'd add we have capabilities for finite deformation mechanics, which adds more complexity to this, but we don't need to go into a lot of detail here on that. Then I think we bounce over here to where we add mechanics to this example, right?
Yeah, so let's not jump right into it. The goal here is to apply a deformation to the tube in the problem that has the porous media in it that we've been solving this entire time. And what we're trying to get at here is the simplicity of adding in mechanics to your problem with just simple input file changes.
Yeah.
Except for a few material properties, which you could maybe define somehow else.
We're going to do thermal expansion of the steel balls that are.
Correct. It's like a homogeneous medium, right?
Yeah.
So at that point, we now need one more material property.
Yeah. And I would add there's actually more material properties than that involved in mechanics, but they are defined in the input file, and so we're using standard stuff off the shelf. So the only thing that's custom for this application is that there's a specialized way that the coefficient of thermal expansion is computed for this material, and so here's so I think you guys have gone through the rest of this header file already, but I think just at the very bottom, the thermal expansion coefficient. Yep. And
yes, so we're defining one new material property in our packed column, which of course is the material that homogenizes and gets us an average property for the porous medium that we have, which is ball bearings and subfluid. And we're computing average properties based on what is there. So all that we need to do now is provide, well, not all that we need to do. In our very simplified model, what we're choosing to do is change or define the thermal expansion coefficient.
And then this is the code. So this is the whole C file with the implementation of this, and I think it's at the very bottom here. There's one line right here that adds the computation of the thermal expansion coefficient. And so this is a scalar. In reality, it gets so when we go apply this to the mechanics equation, we end up computing a eigenstrain tensor, so a 2x2 or sorry, a 3x3 matrix or a rank 2 tensor that has all the components of the thermal expansion strains. But that can be done based on this one scalar value that we're computing here. So, and this is just a mixture rule between the coefficient of thermal expansion of the fluid and that of the solid, which it looks like is similar to how density and specific heat were also computed. So there's probably not much more to say about that, right? So, okay, so in the input file, and I think you guys have already gone through other parts of this input file already, right? So, yep, yeah, and a couple of materials. So, the first thing I would point out here is that probably earlier on in this, you added temperature maybe when you were first doing a pressure solution, then you added a temperature variable. So where's the new variable we're adding here for mechanics? Well, it's not there because we have this action. You guys have talked about action, okay? Okay.
That's
Yeah, so it's a little involved setting up the variables and kernels related to mechanics for a couple of reasons. So one of the reasons is that we have multiple displacement variables for the displacements in the different directions. So if it's a three-dimensional problem, we would have variables for the X, Y, and Z components of the displacement. It's a two-dimensional one, so we have two components. And so if you could set this all up by hand, so you could go in the variables block and add a disp X and disp Y variable. But just to make it easier, we have this action block, which is there's code behind the scenes that can go set up all the different pieces, modules that you need in Moose to solve a particular kind of problem. So this tensor mechanics master action saves you the trouble of setting up the right number of displacement variables. It also sets up the kernels behind the scene for you. So we have a kernel for the stress divergence part of that equation that I showed. That's all we're using here. We have to set one of those up for each of the directions, and it's not impossible to do, but it's just a little bit of a pain. So this makes it easier. It also sets up some of the material models automatically that we need for the mechanics problem. And so in the tensor mechanics module, what we've done is broken up the computations behind the stress calculation into several different modules. So in the end, stress is what we store and use as a material property in Moose for the value that's stored at the quadrature points that then the kernel operates on. And you could go all the way from the displacements to getting the stress, but in one material model, but we would end up repeating a lot of code because on the way to computing the stress, you need to compute the strain, the elasticity tensor, eigenstrain tensors, damage variables, a lot of things that are kind of their own self-contained parts of the computation. So we've developed a system where we have several different strain calculators that you can use for different situations, mostly surrounding the differences relate to whether it's finite strain or small strain. So you can pick the appropriate strain calculator. This master action sets up the right strain calculator for you. The user still has to define the elasticity tensor, the stress calculator, and if they're using it, an eigenstrain, which is like intrinsic strain due to thermal expansion or something. And we have that in this example. So you can see here, the parameters in this block are really pretty simple. So add variables equals true. What that means is, hey, add those variables automatically for me, the displacement variables. Strain equals finite. That says set up things for the finite strain calculator. Eigenstrain names. So this points us to the material model that where the eigenstrain is computed, and we'll look at that in a second. It's called eigenstrain in this case, but it could be named whatever you want it. You could potentially have multiple sources of eigenstrains. Use automatic differentiation. That tells it whether to set up the versions of the kernels for automatic differentiation or hard-coded Jacobians. I don't know if you've gotten into that, but we have separate kernels that we have to use. And then this generate output is another significant shortcut because in the mechanics system, we compute these stress and strain tensors. There's 9 components to them. And typically you are not interested in the whole tensor, you're interested in like one component of it, maybe the stress in one direction or the von Mises stress or other invariants of the stress, scalar reductions of the stress. And so we've got material models that go and extract those components out of the stresses that you could use for output, but it's a little bit of a pain to set up all those blocks, and we can list all the ones that we want here. So this block here has saved us probably, 2 or 3 screenfuls of expanded out, blocks in the input file. So, so because of this, like I already said, we don't have to define variables. We also don't have to define any kernels related to mechanics. Those are all set up automatically. No aux kernels, because anything related to that for output is set up with the generate output stuff. All we really have other than that related to mechanics is, so we have some Dirichlet boundary conditions. So we have, let's see. Yeah, okay, down at the bottom of the list. So we're fixing the displacement in the radial. So our displacement variables are called disp z, that would be in the axial direction, and disp r, that would be in the radial direction. So we're just fixing these on some of the surfaces. So then if we go down to the material block, so we have a block set up here to define the elasticity tensor. So we're using an isotropic elasticity tensor where we're just defining it in terms of Young's modulus and Poisson's ratio. There's a wide variety of these, for anisotropic behavior and stuff. Lots of options here, but 90% of the time we're using isotropic. The stress calculator is just a simple linear elastic stress calculator. So it takes the stress is the elasticity tensor times the strain tensor. And then this thermal strain, this is where that special material model that we defined comes in. So this class computes the full strain tensor coming from thermal expansion. So it takes our current temperature minus this stress-free temperature that we've defined here, and then uses the thermal expansion coefficient. Well, actually, it's hard-coded in this example for some reason. There's a comment there. So it's probably maybe. So we probably have a version of an eigenstrain calculator where we can get the thermal expansion coefficient from a property, like a scalar property, and use it here. Since we can't get it, after all that discussion about how you put it in your C file and everything, we're not actually using it. But if you could, it would take a small amount of work to have this model take in a material property and use that instead of this constant property here. Oh yeah. No, it is coupled. We're just not using that expansion coefficient based on the mixture rule. And that's everything that's there specific for mechanics now. So we go run this. You probably talked about how to do that already. And here's a movie showing the results. So on the top is the temperature, and then on the bottom is the distribution of the stress that we get from this. And I guess I'm not familiar enough with how this model is set up to say why we're seeing the behavior that we're seeing. But if we go back here a little bit, you can clearly see that we have different stresses on the bottom and the top of this tube due to differences in the material properties. So, and okay, is it okay? We're probably not actually seeing that here. Oh, it is growing. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
See where it's fixed, the important part. The fix in the center.
Yep.
Fix at the pipe.
And are these magnified displacements or?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, hi.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
They're exaggerated displacements.
Yeah. And if you open, any mechanics model, you're going to get displacement variables output, and ParaView knows to interpret those displacement variables, like if they're named like disp_x, disp_y, it knows that those are your displacement variables, and it's easy to go magnify the displacements, with a couple of clicks in ParaView, and that's a pretty common thing that we do. So I think that's all there is to cover there, right? Unless there's any questions.
I think the big takeaway was the pluggable capability, right?
Yeah.
This was, other than adding a material property that we didn't use, this was all input change, right? Apps.
Yeah.
Thanks to the action, and we'll discuss action
Well,
projects tomorrow.
Even without the action,
Yeah,
it would
I
have just been input file changes. It just would have been more work. So, yeah. All right.
This morning, for those who made it, this is the last day, and we will talk a little bit about, at least at the beginning, about newish features in Moose, like the utilization of finite volume method. If we have a slideshow for that too, but it's a little bit hidden. If you navigate to your Moose workshop slides and go to the very end and then step back one, then you will find the slides for the finite volume method. And I'm going to use these to introduce you to the method itself and show you how it's implemented in Moose. The motivation behind adding the finite volume method in Moose, as far as I know, was a push from the fluid dynamics side, and it has been there for like three-ish years at this point. There are a couple of advantages when you use for the finite volume method. I'm going to emphasize that in this case, we don't necessarily compare the finite volume method to the finite element method. These are just general advantages. You can do exactly the same things in the finite element method too. It just turns out that some algorithms work better with the finite volume method, or have been developed for finite volume methods. Anyways, so the advantages I'm talking about is that it's relatively it's flexible in terms of the cells you use. You can throw arbitrary cells at it and it will work. The only thing that you need is that you will have to have faces to the cells, and you may have a triangle here and then like an element with 20 faces, and it will connect it to it, and it will work. It's inherently conservative. What I mean by this is that it's conservative locally on each cell, which is a desired property for the discretization of conservation laws, and especially useful in fluid dynamics. It's also accurate. By accuracy, I mean that you can achieve second-order convergence spatially. You can do much better than that with finite elements, but and it's also possible to go to higher orders with the finite volume method, but it's not very common. For practical applications, in some cases, you also drop back to first order. It's robust in the sense that a lot of theory went into the development of algorithms that work well for fluid dynamics problems, and probably this is one of the reasons why a lot of commercial tools like StarCCM and ANSYS use this method. Use this method for the discretization of their conservation laws. It also has a rich literature. It has been this method has been around for several decades. We have
also proofs for convergence rates and for different discretization choices within the finite method, finite volume method, and so on. One difference is that when you do these convergence proofs for the finite volume method, you usually rely on Taylor series expansions, whereas for the finite element method, you have more sophisticated tools. So there are multiple approaches to do the finite volume discretization. What we have in Moose is something called cell-centered finite volume approximation. I provided a few references here. These are the first one is a book. The second one is a PhD dissertation. If you are interested in the finite volume method, these should be provide enough details. I'm not going to cover all of the details today. But the reason why we chose the cell-centered finite volume method is that it works both on structured and unstructured meshes. There is another approach where you have some variables on faces, some variables on cell centers. That is mostly recommended for structured meshes. So the way we approximate our solution, similarly to the finite element method, we will have basis functions and we will have expansion coefficients. However, in this case, the basis function we have is just a constant over a cell. It's 1 over the cell. So what we are actually interested in is an average cell value. So we are interested in average cell values over the cell. By average, okay, it's not an average cell value, but it's a constant value over the cell. And the constant value itself is the value at the midpoint. We need this for the integration accuracy. Other things that you will need for the discretization later are cell volumes, distances between cell centers, and face normals. If you have those, you can compute most of your, you can actually perform the discretization. And when we talk about the value of our variable on a cell, then we will try to approximate the value of our solution at the on the face center. And it's going to be, and we assume that it's constant over the face, and it's the value at the face center. And one more thing is that when we compute one function of the solution, for example, the gradient of the solution, we'll assume that it's constant over the cell and it will be constant over the face. And we assume that it's going to be the face or the cell center value. And that's everything that we need to know before we actually derive the discretization schemes. We will take the advection diffusion problem again as an example. If you remember, we gave you a recipe on how to compute the weak form to be able to compute your residuals in a finite element setting. We will have a similar method here. It's shorter, but this is a very similar recipe. This is a recipe to do the same thing for the finite volume method. So we have an advection diffusion term here, the first one on the left-hand side. K will be a diffusivity. U is again your solution function. Beta is an advecting velocity. C is a reaction rate, and F is a forcing function. If you remember, the first 2 steps in the recipe for the finite element method was to write down your strong form and then put everything on the left-hand side and keep 0 on the right. So in this case, we combine those 2 steps. Then what we do is we integrate this whole equation over the domain. for the finite element method, you actually have a weighting function here. But now our weighting function, you can think about it as a weighting function of 1. But we integrate this equation over the domain. Then we will split this expression into multiple terms. And in the next couple of slides, we will see how each of these terms, how every term is discretized. And we will start with the reaction term and the forcing function term. They are discretized very similarly. So what we do here is the same trick, or the same approach. We have an integral over the whole domain, and we will split it into the sum, or we will express it as the sum of integrals over the cells or the elements. And it's the same. We'll do the same thing for the reaction term and the forcing term. And we can express the integral over each cell, or we can approximate the integral over each cell as the cell center values of the terms multiplied and multiplied by the cell volume. So what all we need to do in the finite volume method to discretize these terms is to take the reaction rate for the reaction term, to take the reaction rate in the middle, get our solution in the middle of the cell and multiply it with the cell volume. And it's the same for the forcing term. We take the forcing function, we evaluate the forcing function in the middle of the cell, and then we multiply it with the volume of the cell. So this will be an approximate for the integral. This is how this translates into the source code in Moose. What you can see here is that we have the same routine, which is compute QP residual. So we will be still building our residual. And this term here actually describes the reaction term. We have a reaction rate. You can supply it using a parameter, an input parameter, or you can just define it manually depending on what you want. And we multiply it with the solution at a quadrature point. And at this point, you might ask, okay, but if you just simplify your integral like that, then why do you need quadrature points? Well, in a finite volume, you can think about a finite volume method like having one quadrature point, which is going to be the center, the centroid of your cell. So for element-wise kernels, what I mean by element-wise kernel is that you evaluate it on an element. You can use this notation. Now we go to the next term, which is going to be the diffusion term. It's slightly more complicated, but the beginning is exactly the same. We have an integral over the whole domain, and we split it into multiple cell-wise integrals. And once that's done, we can actually use the divergence theorem over each cell to transform our volumetric integral into a surface integral where we actually integrate the diffusive flux over the surface of the cell. So how do we approximate the integral of the diffusive flux over the faces of the cell? First off, we will split it into a face-wise integral. What you can see here is I have this triangle. And what I will do is that I'm going to integrate over this face first, and then the second one and the third one, and I sum it up, and that's going to be the contribution. And then I'll use my finite volume approximation again, saying that I will approximate my diffusivity on the face by its value at the face center, and I will approximate the normal gradient on the face by its value at the face center. So the only thing remaining here is that is a way to compute the normal gradient on the face. For idealistic cases like the one on the top, we can use a central difference approximation. For that, we only need the values at the cell centers. We take we subtract them, and then we divide it by the distance between the two cell center values. We like this because it's relative, it's accurate for orthogonal, what I would like to call orthogonal meshes. This is second order accurate, and it's very cheap to compute. However, it's rare. This is an ideal. On the top, we have an idealistic case, and this is rarely. We rarely have meshes like this in practice. What we most of the times have is a little bit of non-orthogonality in terms of the line connecting the cell centers and the face. And in this case, we have to add a little bit of correction to make sure that we still have a second, if we want to retain the second order accuracy. So in this case, our cell or our normal gradient will be nothing else but an orthogonal part, or what I call or what we usually call the orthogonal part, which is similar. We have an idealistic case here and a correction. So in this correction, we have two terms, two vectors, which is the gradient of the solution at the face center dotted with a k vector. So this k vector comes from the decomposition of the normal vector. You can see this decomposition. I can decompose it into something which is parallel to the line connecting the two cell centers, and something something that remains. This decomposition is not necessarily is not unique. There are multiple approaches to do it. But I'm not going to go into the details. You can find the description of the multiple approaches in the references provided 2 slides earlier, or three slides earlier. And the second part in this correction is the gradient of my solution at the face center. But then at this point you may ask, all right, so I'm going to correct my grade or the normal gradient using the gradient on the face, using the gradient of the face. So this is like a snake biting its own tail. But this gradient is expressed differently. This is an average, or like a gradient linearly interpolated to the face using the gradients on the neighboring cells. How do we do this? How do we linearly interpolate in the finite volume method? Well, we create weights. So it's a weighted average, and the weights depend on the distances of the cell centers and the point where the line connecting the cell centers intersects the face, which connects the two cells. So we create the weights based on that, and then it's just a weighted average. So we have to create the gradient on both cells first. So how do we do this? How do we do this? We create or we use something called a Green-Gauss gradient in MOOS. There are other approaches too, but right now we only support the Green-Gauss gradient, which can be derived by expressing the volumetric integral of the gradient using 2 different methods. The first one, using just the finite volume approximation, saying that my gradient is constant over the cell. So I take this constant gradient and then I multiply it with the volume of the cell. The other approach uses the Green-Gauss theorem, which means that my volumetric integral of the gradient can actually be transform into the surface integral. So I'm going to loop through the faces, take the face value or an approximate of the face value, multiply it with the surface normal, and then I weight it with the surface area as well. And then this will be an approximation for the integral of the gradient. What you can see that I used again the finite volume approximation, saying that my solution on the face is constant and it's going to be the face center value. So if I take this guy and this guy and make them equal and put the volume on, or divide this guy by the volume, then I get an approximation for the cell center gradient. So I can do this on the cell side, I can do this on the neighbor side, and then I can interpolate it to the middle of the cell or the onto the face. And if I have that, then I have everything in this correction term. Okay, so this is how, this is what it looks like in the source code. This is since the method, since the discretization method of the diffusion term is more complex, we expect a little bit more complex source code as well. We have a few things that I will discuss. We have a few things here that I will discuss in more detail later. I just wanted to show you that what we do here is that we compute the normal gradient on the face. We already have a function for that. It takes a state argument. You can think about the state argument as either in the nonlinear iteration process or something in the nonlinear iteration process or in the time stepping process. So you can use this state argument to request the value or the gradient at a previous time step or at a previous nonlinear iterate, depending on what kind of this gives you power to really customize your iterative scheme. Obviously, this might deteriorate your Jacobian. Yes, so determine, okay, if you just call this, then it will give you the present state. So at this point, but you can create a state which will prompt you the old or older states. That's regarding the time stepping, but you can also access previous Newton iterates with this. This is just a generalization of the state where you are in time, where you are in nonlinear iteration. But in this case, we will access the current state. So it's where we are right now, the solution that we want to compute at the current time. The only thing that we need after this is the diffusivity at the cell center, at the face center, and this depending on the fact if we are on an internal face or on a boundary, we have to do this slightly differently. If we are on an internal face, we can compute the diffusivities at the element centers. So at the cell center and at the neighbor center, this is it. And then we can just interpolate using those two values. There are a few things that might seem weird here. Something we call LM_arg and something called neighbor_arg. I think this is a good time to mention the functor system. I will have a slide about that a little bit later. The functor system in Moose, which is just a general way to evaluate multiple things on elements, faces, and so on. So what we do here is we have a functor. We define a functor, a Moose functor for the coefficient, the the diffusivity, and we will evaluate it on the element and on the neighbor. So these are cell-wise evaluations. I will show you more examples. You can create something called a face argument, and then you will evaluate your functor on the face. Yes, and then you just we have different interpolation functions here that will take the element value and the neighbor value and an interpolation method as arguments, and then based on those, they will just give you value. The default interpolation method for the diffusion term for the coefficient is harmonic interpolation, but you can change it. You can use weighted average and I think those are skewness corrected average too. However, if you are on the boundary, you need a different treatment. What we do in most of the cases is that if you have a function for your diffusivity, then what we do is we take the cell center value plus the cell gradient and we extrapolate to the face, to the boundary face. This is what you see here. We will create a face argument to evaluate our functor, and then we evaluate our functor on the face. And we return the normal gradient times the diffusivity on the face, and we will have a negative value here too. Or we multiply it by -1. So what you see here is that in this method, this is still compute QP residual method, so very similar to the finite element treatment, but we don't have the multiplication here by the face area. That happens. You don't have to worry about that. That happens on another scale. One more thing to emphasize here is that when we assemble our system using the finite volume method, we have two different loops. We have one loop that goes over all the elements and does the volumetric integrals. For example, the reaction term and the forcing function term belong to that loop. So when you create an elemental kernel, then that will be part of the loop over the elements. But we have something called the FV flux kernel, which will be called on faces. So what we do is that once the element loop is done, we go through the faces to create these flux term. You will see that the advection term will also, the advection term, when you discretize it, will also require face evaluations. So we will have an element loop and a face loop when we assemble. And in this case, this QP residual is called on faces. Okay. So we can move on to the advection term. Again, this is going to be something face related, where we first split our domain integral on the domain into cell-wise integrals. Then we use the divergence theorem to create an integral over the faces of the cell. And once that's done, we can approximate the integral over every face by using the finite volume approximation, meaning that my advecting velocity is going to be constant, and it's going to be the value at the face center. My solution is going to be constant over the face, again, at the face center, and so on. So what we need, oh, I'm missing a dot here. It's the advecting velocity dotted with the surface normal. And that will give us an advective flux. So what we need to do, we have to accumulate this advective flux over the faces. And in the finite volume method, one thing that we also have to emphasize here is that this term will be exactly the same as as the term that we would have on the other side would have on the other side. So whatever leaves one cell will enter the other cell. So that's just a note on the inherent conservativity of the finite volume method. It turns out that when you define the phase center value for your very advected quantity, in this case is the solution function, then for advection problems you have more options than just a regular weighted average. You can use something called an upwind scheme, which takes the velocity as an argument, saying that, okay, my velocity field looks like this. I have a cell pair, and I'm going to approximate my value at the phase center using the cell center value in the upwind cell with respect to the velocity. The issue, but you may ask, why do I need why do I need to take or why do I need to use the information of the velocity? Well, it turns out if you just use a weighted average, that will result in a scheme which allows oscillations. So it's unbounded. We call it unbounded scheme, which is obviously not something you would like to see from a numerical simulation. But there are other options too. So the only issue with upwind is that it drops an order of accuracy. So it's first order accurate. But there are other options which can be second order. TVD in this means it's a total variation diminishing. So these will not result in oscillations. And in Moose right now, we support funlier and min mode. I'm not going to go into the details of that. At this point, I think we can discuss the functor system a little bit more before we actually take a look at the source code for the advection kernel. What you see here is just two ways to create arguments. One creates an argument for an element, the other creates an argument for the phase. But I already mentioned that the functor system is a simplified way to evaluate variables, functions, and certain types of materials on elements and phases and quadrature points and so on. And the good thing is that it not only provides a way to evaluate the values of these functions or variables, but it only provides an interface to evaluate the gradients and other functions of these functions. The way you use it is that you create an argument, you create an elemental argument again, or a phase argument, and then you just use the operator with the parenthesis operator. So you can plug a phase in or an element in, and then you will get the phase value or the element value in the source code, which is very useful. And it simplifies a lot of things in the finite volume method where we need these sort of evaluations all the time. Okay, so here is the compute. Yes. Yes. Yes, so the motivate, it was born out of necessity. Oh yes, so the question was that the question was about the functor, if the functor system was developed for the finite volume method. But the question is still, I think. The functions should be generic. However, I think we have a few functions that have not been overloaded for finite element variables at this point. But it should be relatively easily doable. Maybe my knowledge is not up to date in this point. Do we have Alex in the? Okay, maybe Alex can pitch in. If we have ever used functors to say if we have ever used functors to evaluate finite element variables. Okay, I'm gonna turn my mic off.
Yes, we have. So it's not something we do in production, but it is something that we test. Well, actually, we do have some aux kernels that act on just general functors. So a lot of finite element simulations probably do leverage those aux kernels. And so yeah, even in finite element production runs, we probably do have functor use.
Okay. So back to the compute QP residual function of the advection term. What you see here is that we will create a face argument. This is going to be a flux kernel, so we have to do something on the face, or we do something on the face. What you see here is a little bit more complicated than in the example on the previous slide. What we do here is that we use this face argument to pass the interpolation option to. So we may have upwind, we may have regular average. For some cases that works too, or more complicated interpolation schemes. And we also need the information to make sure that we know which element is on the upwind side if we use some upwind related interpolation. And at the end, we just multiply the normal with the phase velocity. And the velocity in this case is a parameter that the user supplies on an input file. And we dot it with the normal, we multiply it with the advected quantity on the face, and then add it to the residual. Again, the multiplication with the surface area happens somewhere else. You don't have to worry about that. Okay, here is an example input file. What you will see here is that it's exactly like, yes. Right. So if I understand correctly, the question was about using the quadrature notation in the element-wise kernels and using phase terms in the flux kernels without any quadrature notation. Yes. So on the elemental kernels, you can get away with the quadrature notation. You can use the element argument. So you can actually use these element arguments on the elemental kernels. The kernel I showed you was probably one of the first kernels in the finite volume method, and you can get away with this because you have we still utilize the libmesh elements and the libmesh quadrature, where we have one quadrature point which is exactly the middle of the cell, and that's exactly what you will get from this element this element argument as well. It's just a more raw way to express it at this point, I think. And for an elemental kernel, that's sufficient. But for a phase kernel, where you actually need some values from both sides, and if you're on a boundary, the other side might not exist. We needed some sort of a generalization and some for better readability too. I think functors provide a lot of improvement on the readability of the finite volume routines. But you can expand what happens underneath. It's if you interpolate to the face, it will actually grab the value from one side, value from the other side, and then interpolate. That will not necessarily use the quadrature. I think it's might be a direct access to the solution vector. Okay, did that answer your question, more or less? Okay. Okay, so an example input file for a finite volume simulation. It's exactly like the input files for the finite element simulation. What you see here, but with two differences. First, instead of a kernels block, you will have FV kernels, and instead of a BCs block, you will have FV BCs. When you want to use a finite volume variable, you will have to specify the type instead of order and family. In this case, you define type, and it's going to be a Moose variable FV. Then you can apply your kernels, FV advection. We took a look at that. FV reaction, probably Cody type. Probably this is Cody's example. The reaction rate is 1. We have the FV diffusion and FV body force. So it's very similar. In one input file, you're allowed to have kernels and FV kernels and variables, and so finite element and finite volume variables. So you can mix them relatively freely, but you cannot apply finite volume kernel onto a finite element variable. That's it, more or less. One thing that might be new, not 100% sure if you've seen this, is that in the Moose input file, you're allowed to define variables and then use those variables later in your input file. It's very similar to, and use different expressions of those variables. Maybe there is a more complex input that I can show you in a little bit. So the last thing that I would like to mention about the finite volume method is that it's mostly utilized in the Navier-Stokes module, which is dedicated for the simulation capabilities of fluid flows. It's specialized for coarse mesh applications. It supports free and porous medium flows. We support incompressible, weakly compressible, and to some extent compressible simulations. And this is under intense development right now. The figure that you see to the right is the GIF is a simulation carried out by Sinan a year ago, and it's the cooling of a spent fuel cask. The spent fuel is in the gray region here, and then we use natural circulation in these boxes to cool it. And that's more or less it. We have a slideshow about the Navier-Stokes module too, but and it's on the website. You can probably I can show you if you're interested. In that, you can go to the modules on the website, Navier-Stokes. There we go. And then if you navigate a little bit down, you'll see workshop slides, and you will see definitions, some help, modeling guidelines, governing equations, input files, certain justifications, and that's that's more or less it. It's an interesting read, but I'm not going to go through it right now. But if you want to use the Navier-Stokes module and some of the finite volume capabilities, then you should probably check those slides too.
Hi everyone. My name is Zach Prince. I work in the Griffin team, so my expertise is mainly in reactor physics, which coincidentally makes me use this kind of simulation a lot. Even though I kind of feel like Neo explaining the matrix with the architect in the room, but anyway, so yeah, multiscale simulation. So this is the idea that not everything lives on the same scale of physics, either in space or time. In reactor physics, this is especially prevalent because you have neutronics on a homogenized mesh where you kind of mix few elements together to make the simulation simpler. But that doesn't work for heat conduction. You need to resolve those pin-resolved regions to get a good gap heat transfer and whatnot. And you also have coolant flow in a system level code where it's in 1D. So you need to couple all these simulations together, but they don't live on the same mesh or even the same dimensionality, especially not the same time scale either. And so I've been missing a lot of the tutorials, but the example here mainly involves predicting the getting a more accurate thermal conductivity when the porosity of a packed column changes. So that'll be the tutorial at the end, but that's the goal in the tutorial sense. And how we do that is using the multi-app system. And I can tell you the multi-app system is one of the most powerful things in Moose. So I highly recommend going beyond this workshop and exploring everything you can do with this system. I use it a lot, both for reactor physics and stochastic simulations. And I'll explain that a little bit later. So originally, Moose was created under the impression that everything is going to be coupled into one system. And this is what you've seen probably in other talks, probably Casey and Peter, where you have different physics all in the same system solved in the same matrix. We are going to go beyond that ideology because that has a lot of constraints over the same time scale and space scale. It also helps, or whatever, also helps that some of these systems are not strongly coupled in the sense that they don't need to be solved together. You can do a few what we call fixed point iterations between different physics and get a much cleaner and more robust solve. It also helps with fast and slow physics, where what we call subcycling. So you have a physics that's much more fast varying in time, so you need a much smaller time step, but it would be wasteful to solve a bigger system that has a slower time scale to be solved on that time step. Multi-apps also allow you to couple in other applications. There's a very thin wrapper you can place on an external application, a non-Moose based application that you can run using the multi-app system. And in general, the multi-app system couples loosely coupled physics for fully coupled systems, basically segregating the solve of each system and using, I'll explain this later, transfers to communicate information between them and iterating between them using fixed point strategies. Multi-apps work, so this is more on the architecture of multi-apps versus the application. So multi-apps work on a hierarchy where we have a main application. This is the input that you actually run on the command line or whatever you're using nowadays. This is the main or parent app. And we have blocks within this main app input known as multi-apps. And these multi-apps generate single or multiple sub-applications, which are basically separate instances of an application that is defined by a separate input usually. And these are known as sub-apps or child applications. And this phrase right here, many, is doing a lot of heavy lifting for the multi-app system. Generally, for physics applications, maybe you just have one, which is on the same scale as your main app. But in general, for let's say a multi-scale simulation, you could have a sub app per element to define like for our tutorial where we want to get a more accurate thermal conductivity, we have a sub app defining that for every element of a mesh. So you can get into the thousands of sub apps or tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. What I do in stochastic simulations is I want to do, I want to do UQ or sensitivity analysis, and I use the multi-app system to do that scalably. And I think he just left, ran 1 billion sub apps to do this kind of simulation. So yes, a lot of heavy lifting with this mini word. And like I said before, sub app can be a Moose application. That's the easiest way to go about that, or an external application, which has been used more prevalently now with, I think Cardinal is able to couple OpenMC and NeckRS within with the Moose multi-app system. It also can create a multi-level solve. So in the next picture, I'll show you I'll show you. So this is the hierarchy of the multi-app system. So we have our main app. This is the input that you're actually driving from the command line. And then in this example, we're going to have 2 multi-app blocks, one for multi-app 1 and multi-app 2. And so these multi-apps are responsible for creating these sub-applications. So multi-app 1 creates 2 sub-applications and multi-app 2 creates 3 sub-applications. And with this hierarchical approach, these sub-apps themselves, the inputs within the sub-apps, can have their own multi-app blocks that create their own sub-apps. So this is the hierarchy of the multi-app structure. And one important feature of the multi-app system is that each sub-app can be run independently. They don't know that they're in the multi-app tree or how high they are in the multi-app tree. And that's an important feature. So a good way of testing your code when you're doing multi-apps is to run a single sub-app by itself, make sure it works, couple it in with another sub-app, make sure that tree works, and then finally going up to the top. I do this extremely frequently to pinpoint exactly where problems are happening or prototype your code.
Yeah, a question that I think is full time with this graphic. How are NVIDIA resources allocated in this tree?
Yeah, that'll be the next slide. That's a perfect question, and I'm really excited to share that with you. I think that's all I had to say about this. So yeah, I'll explain the this parallelness soon. Within the multi-apps block, there are several important parameters that every multi-app block has. First is the app type. This is basically what type of app are we going to construct when we construct this sub-application. And this actually has a default where it just copies whatever the main application is. But in general, you can specify what app. This is really useful when you're coupling in different applications. Let's say Griffin, which is the neutronics code, and Pronghorn, which is porous media flow. You can say what kind of app it is so that it's constructed properly. In general, this usually isn't needed, but it's useful in some cases. Finally, the positions parameter. There's actually 3 different versions of this, but this basically tells you where the sub application is relative to in the main application. So when you're doing like an element-wise sub application where you're solving a small problem at each point in the main application, this will tell you where that is. This will tell you when you're transferring data, what data to transfer and where to bring it back. There's 3 different versions of this. One is just straight from input. You describe XYZ locations of where this sub app is located. There's a file where you list it in a CSV-like file. And finally, Guillaume does the position system where you don't have to define every single point. You can do it based on element centroids, quadrature points, extra element IDs, etc. So the other important parameters execute on. You've probably seen this before for user objects, postprocessors, aux kernels, and it's almost exactly the same in multi-apps. This can tell you exactly when multi-apps are executed. Let's say you want to do the multi-app one first, and then you want to solve your main app and then do multi-app 2. What you would do is solve this on time step begin, and then multi-app 2 on time step end. Contrary to the terminology, time step begin and time step end are within the fixed point iteration process. So it would solve multi-app 1, solve the main app, solve multi-app 2, check for convergence, redo multi-app 1, solve multi-app 2. And this can also help you segregate your solves better. So you can put your multi-apps in different trees of the structure to make sure that execution happens in the order that you're expecting. There's initial, I use initial sometimes to set a initial condition for my transient simulation. For neutronics, you usually have an eigenvalue solve to set your shape of your solution and then start your transient from there. So I usually have that eigenvalue solve as an initial multi-app. Linear and nonlinear aren't really used unless you want to kind of strongly couple your physics with multi-apps, but in general, I wouldn't recommend it. And time step begin and time step end are the most common, where you segregate your solves independently, but still iterate between them. And then input files are actually what's telling you what the sub-application is. So there's two different ways to do this. Basically, you can specify a single input. So that's the most common way, where you have sub1.i for both this one and this one, but you're maybe transferring different data to each one, so they're solving different things in that way. Or you can give sub1-1 and sub1-2.i, and that'll give you separate inputs for each sub-app. That's less common. So yeah, those are the four main input arguments for multi-apps. And this kind of shows you what it looks like for the tutorial we'll show. So we have our own application that we're doing. We're doing a transient multi-app, which means that we're progressing the sub-app in the same time as the main app. Another common multi-app is full solve multi-app, which will do the entire transient of the sub-app at each time step of the main app. This is useful for like quasi-static simulations where your main app is on a much larger time scale than your sub-app. So you want to fully do your transient of your sub-app and then put it into a time step of your main app. So our app type is our custom app for the tutorials. Our positions. So in this tutorial, this positions will tell like where we're actually trying to get a unique thermal conductivity at each location in the main application.
We have a question here to time them all. We have one that was, what do you do when different apps have different meshes? How do you map values between the two meshes?
So that's an excellent question, and a lot of work has been going on to do that. And I will explain that more in the transfers part of, so after our break. Oh, the question was how you map values between different meshes. And like, yeah, that's a really complex topic, and I'll get into it I'll dip my toe into it in the following section. So our input file is our micro version of the inputs, and we're executing on time step end. So we solve the main application, then we solve the sub application, iterate. You wouldn't have to iterate if, let's say, it's one-way coupled. So yeah, anyway. So here's the parallel part. Does this have any useful information? Yeah, I'll just kind of explain it from here. So the scalability of multi-apps is really important. So I'll just give you an example of how it's done. Let's say you run this hierarchical procedure on 6 processors. What will happen is the main app is going to run on all 6 processors. And then all 6 processors are given to each multi-app.
By default.
Yes. And then that multi-app is going to split those 6 processors as evenly as it can between the sub-apps. So the 3 processors will be given to sub-app 1, and 3 processors will be given to sub-app 2. For this multi-app, those 6 processors will be split evenly, so 2, 2, and 2. Now, within each of these, since they only have 3 processors each, both these 3 processors will be given to this, and then those 3 processors will be split among these 2 sub-applications. So I think 2 will be given to whatever the first one is, and 1 will be given to this one. Same here. So that's kind of how the scalability of multi-apps works. Let's say you're running on less processors. Say you're running on 3 or 2. Same thing here. It'll just be 1 and 1. And then that one processor given to each one will be responsible for executing these progressively. And then for this side, this will also be given to processors. So what will happen, 1 will be given to this one, 1 will be given to this one. And then one of those processors, I think it's the lower rank one. Yeah, lower rank one will be responsible for also executing the third one. So that's how the parallelness works for that. Were there any other points that were important there?
Yeah, the way I usually summarize that is all the sub-apps within one multi-app execute simultaneously.
Yes. So,
Giving all of the decimals.
yeah. So yes. So they split in a way.
Next slide.
Yeah. So they're split in a way so that as many sub-apps are run simultaneously as possible. There are some customizations to this. Let's say your sub-apps are really big problems. And so simultaneously doing a bunch of them at once will give you a seg9. So you'll run out of memory on your machine. So there are some customizations so that you rely on the scalability of your sub-app to do your parallelness. So
we had a question first to that as well, asking about how to make your simulation more memory efficient.
Yeah.
And I think what you answered there is you just kind of have to deal with it and separate it.
Yeah. So let's say you're running on 6, but these sub-apps are big. So having 2 instances of it running at the same time is going to make your machine run out of memory. What you do is a parameter called min procs per app. If you set that to 6, that means that each sub-application at minimum will be given 6 processors, so that these will then not be run simultaneously and your system will be more memory efficient. This is especially important with stochastic tools because you don't want a billion simulations being all run at once. Sometimes. And there's also some customization on the max procs per it. Let's say you're running an external application that's can only be run in serial. To make sure that it's only given 1 processor, there's a parameter called max procs per app. This also sometimes helps with like solving. You'll see that if you have an extremely small problem and you give it too many processors, your linear solve might fail or cause an unexpected result. Am I doing on time? Okay.
In content, we can.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just take questions from here.
You want to go to the input file example where we have it. We had one question that was, why do we only have a hand? So like I think up 1. Why do we only have a handful of positions to execute the sub app?
This is just an example. Yeah. Usually what will happen is you'll be giving a file of a bunch of positions, or you'll use this new system called the position system, where it will create positions based on element centroids, or I think there's one for quadrature points too, but that's less common.
And there's one other thing here where like
if you are trying to compute a material property in your region along the pipe, for example, if there's specific physics in this problem, you're fine. With our specific physics in the problem, you don't want to oversolve the problem, but you want to get a general idea of how the material properties vary across the pipe. So in this case, you could have 100 ball bearings that you want to compute or that you have in your problem. But in reality, you know intuitively that your material properties won't change that much, but you want to have maybe 8 or 10 different samples of the material properties. So in that case, you could create a multi-app for, you know, a tenth of the pipe in, and then, you know, 2/10 of the pipe in, and 3/10 of the pipe in, and pick a random point or, you know, a structured bearing in your pipe. Compute the material properties, and then apply that within just that region. That is, those properties within just that region, which I think is what we do.
That's what it is. I mean, it's just a modeling.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, you have to pick how many microstructure simulations.
Yeah. Like, what is actually worth running? Do you want to run everything to not even see a difference? The cool thing here is you could actually just add more positions and see if your answer changes. And if your answer doesn't change, you can remove positions. So it's kind of just, you know, it's what you see as a developer, as an analyst, as to what is an appropriate approximation to your problem.
I think I'd like to say that that's a testament to how flexible the system is, that probably 90% of what I said isn't true in most cases. But yeah, what's up, Patrick?
There was an interesting question. Is there a way to call a sub app once post-processor hits a certain value?
So the question was, is there a way to call a sub app once a post processor hits a certain value, or disable it once it hits a certain value? And yes, we haven't talked about the control system, have we?
No.
So I'll hint at it. Basically, the control system is the ability to take in the current conditions of the simulation, either with post-processor value, usually it's post-processor values, and modify the simulation somehow, either by controlling parameters or disabling objects themselves. So there is a way using the control system to look at a post-processor value and disable a multi-app so it's not solving once a post-processor hits that value, or starts solving once a post-processor hits that value. I think that answers the question. I think that's useful also in transient or like pseudo transient simulations, where you don't want to turn on something until it's closer to steady state, or you want to ramp up a heat capacity, let's say, for a steady state simulation. And Logan, you'll talk about controls later, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Should we take a break, or should I just charge on? Okay. I'll leave this up for fun. Hello again, everyone. So one thing I skipped, or not skipped, but left out in the multi-app part was the transfer of data between these multi-apps. And someone had a great question about transferring between different meshes, and this is kind of what I'm going to get into now. Yeah, transfer system is the ability to transfer data between multi-apps. It's a little more general than that, but 99% of the case it's for multi-apps. So what kind of data can be transferred? This include usually auxiliary variables are created so that they can receive data either from a main app or from a sub application. You can also receive data as singular values like postprocessors. There's also the ability to use user objects to emulate a field variable so that you can transfer from lower dimensional values to higher dimensional spaces. So one important feature about the transfer system, and to keep the, what would you call it, the independentness of each sub application, is that the main app, the higher up app, is responsible for conducting what? The parent app is always responsible for executing or instigating the transfers, defining them. This can be done in several ways. So you can transfer to a sub app, transfer data down into a sub app, receive data from a sub app, or now you can this main app can instigate transfers from one sub app to another multi app. That's a really cool feature that was just introduced this year. Anyway, so that's kind of the idea, but the main point is that the parent application is responsible for instigating these transfers. Another point is that it only goes up one level, I think. So transferring values from this sub application is the responsibility of this sub app, and the main app doesn't know anything about it. So that's the general idea of the hierarchy of transfers. So the kind of data that can be transferred. So the first thing is field variables. This is usually what happens when things are on the same scale, but could be different meshes or different dimensionality. So in this example, we do a multi-app shape evaluation transfer. I'm not exactly sure what this does, but I think it just samples the shape functions at different points and tries to transfer to make sure they're consistent between the two function spaces. There's several different ways. So the simplest case is that the multi-apps have the same mesh and the same finite element space for each variable. So what you would use then is what multi-app copy transfer, which is basically transferring directly the degree of freedom values for the entire domain. There are transfers, let's say one of the meshes is embedded in the mesh, but is it more refined? So all the elements are still located within a single element of the mesh. Then you would use, I think, a projection transfer. I think shape evaluation transfer is when they're a similar mesh but different shape function spaces.
So shape takes the parent's final element space, puts it on the subs, and just samples it.
Yeah, so yeah, it takes the parent or sub application or wherever you're transferring to, the shape space, puts it on the sub, the mesh that you're transferring to, and then samples there. There are also more intuitive, less accurate transfers like nearest node transfer. So it just does a geometric search for nodes in the mesh and tries to find and then sets that solution's value to that nearest node. Then there's interpolation transfers. Interpolation transfers are kind of like projections, but a little less mathematical. And then those two are usually good for extrapolation, which I use sometimes if like the bounding box for each mesh isn't the same. But yeah, this is a huge field, and it really depends on what you're trying to do. I would recommend slacking the Moose channel to figure out what might be the best way to do this. This is more of an advanced topic, but I'll dive into it a little bit. Let's say you have a 3D mesh, and you're trying to transfer something like on the surface of that mesh and multi-app that is representing a boundary condition or something. So what you would do is you would create a user object that samples the solution on a side set or on a boundary. And then that user object usually has the ability to sample what that solution value is on that side set. And then so multi-app user object transfer is able to take that lower dimensional mesh that the multi-app is representing and sample that value on that side set using the user object. That is a very specific example, but so there's lots of different ways you can use user object transfer for lower dimensional transfers. So you want to come up here?
You're on the right track, but user object transfers are for maybe when you're trying to upscale a little bit. So think about like a pipe in a reactor or a pin in a reactor. You can't sample that pin ever that reactor space, right? So like a user object is like one of those surrogates where you could say, I need a value like way over here that's not in my reactor. How do I get that? If I tried to directly sample that, you'd have to project or something like that. So these user object ones are ways that as users you can define how to like upscale to a different different dimension or something like that. So they give you a lot of flexibility and to decide how you want those values to be transferred to something that's maybe outside of your domain. So that's why we do that. So you define spatial value to do whatever you want in that case. So if you're given a value that's like way out of your domain, you can respond to it appropriately. So that's kind of the intent of user objects transfers.
Yeah, thanks, Cody. That was much clearer than what I was trying to get to. Yeah. So yes, advanced topic, but very useful for real applications. Finally, there's post-processor transfers. These are used a lot. There's two different instances of using post-processor transfers. First is, say you're on the same scale and you just want to transfer global variables between each one, either for outputting purposes, control purposes, whatever you want to do. You use post-processor transfer or report transfer to do that. Another application of post-processor transfer is for multiscale simulation. So since like you're not really embedding the small mesh inside your big engineering scale mesh. So what you do is when you're transferring from the big mesh to the small mesh, you put a field variables value into a global post-processor on the sub application or on the smaller mesh, and that global value is used. You'll see in the example, I think we do this. Use that global value to do your solve, and that's what's the data that's transferred. Then on the way back, you use a post-processor, a global value that was calculated on your lower length scale application, and transfer it into a field variable on your main application. So these post-processor transfers are a way of doing multi-scale simulation, transferring data between them in a consistent way. That's all I had about the generality of transfers. Is there any questions I can answer? I was sufficiently ambiguous to not require questions.
Keep going into the.
Okay. So this is kind of our example or our tutorial, or yeah. What do you mean by variable dependence?
That auxiliary variable is the variable in auxiliary variable in main app is the variable in the sub app.
Yeah.
Is that possible?
Yes, I think yes, it is. So basically what you're asking is when you have an auxiliary variable on your main app and you're transferring it into a auxiliary variable on your sub app. Yes, so you transfer that auxiliary variable and then you compute something based on what that transferred value is. Oh.
About solving for a variable versus like computing a variable and stuff. Let's take your question off that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't think I understand your question.
Okay, apologies. So in this tutorial, what we're doing is, have you done the pack column?
Honestly, we should just go here. As a reminder, I don't know why we don't put it in here. Just go to this picture again, right?
Okay, yeah. So we have our packed column and we have a bunch of, is it ball bearings or something?
Some kind of porous thing, right?
A porous thing where we trying to figure out, we have thermal mechanics that are simulating heat transfer through the column and thermal expansion. I think that's generally what it's going on. And so what we're doing in this example is trying to get a better thermal conductivity based on the porosity of this packed column. And we have a porosity that changes based on what the temperature is. That's the goal of this tutorial. Oops.
We're doing something kind of nonsensical just to show how wonderful multi-apps are.
Yeah, I'll show that in a second.
Before we just jump into a source file.
Okay, so yeah, so what we're going to do is define a way of determining what the porosity is based on temperature. And what we do that is a very unphysical way of saying, why don't we just sample locations where the steel turns into water, and the number of elements that actually happens in is dependent on temperature. So that's what this random corrosion is doing. It, like the Doxygen comment says, it creates an artificial temperature driven corrosion. And you could go through this file. I don't think there's anything really important in here. The reference temperature is an input parameter. That's basically the difference between what we get the temperature to be, and that determines the number of points that a corrosion happens. We see this in the source file where we have this factor that's dependent on the difference between the temperature and the reference temperature. And then we sample a bunch of random points in the domain based on this factor and the number of like reference input points. And then if our nodal value is this point, one of these random points, we return 0. If it isn't one of those points, then we return the solution, which I think is either 0 or 1. That's what comes out of this auxiliary kernel.
You'll see a picture of them.
So this is this microscale simulation. So this is the microscale input file. It's just a generated mesh 10 by 10. Do some activity. I'm not going to get into that. We have our temperature that we're solving for. So in this microscale simulation, we solve for a temperature, and based on the shape of this temperature, we can deduce what the thermal conductivity, the effective thermal conductivity is. So we end up, and so we also have this auxiliary variable phi, which represents the porosity, or like which locations are steel, which locations are water. Phase field. And so then we have this corrosion ox kernel. That's what's actually being inserted into this V. We have a reference temperature, and then we get the actual temperature of the domain, which is this temperature N. And we execute that on initial and time step N. We have heat conduction, and then we apply Dirichlet boundary conditions, one for the reflecting condition, or not really sure what the physics of this guy is, but it's like assuming a heat flux into this domain. I'm not sure where that's coming from. But the Dirichlet is what's more important. That's what's being transferred into this sub-application as the temperature from the engineering scale simulation. We have our material. We do some modifications to packed columns such that it includes this phase field, determining what the corrosion is. And then our post-processors. And that's what when you see this type equals receiver, that usually means it's expected to be coming in from a main application or from a sub application. And it has a default value so that you can actually run the simulation without the other application. So that's what's being transferred in to this app. And then what's being transferred out is the K effective. So we have this object that computes thermal conductivity based on the temperature field. I won't go into the physics of that. Transient simulation, specialized initial condition. Do we go over initial conditions? Yeah, I won't go too much into this. And so this, you can actually run this input on its own. So you can run this microscale simulation by itself. And just to show you what it looks like, basically we give it so in this input, we have a default value of 301. And in the aux kernel, we have a reference temperature of 300. So that difference of 1 degree is Kelvin, is what's driving the corrosion of the steel. And you'll see that here, that it's kind of just random. And these are the results. So we have the porosity. So we increase porosity as we increase the amount of water. Did it stop? As we increase the amount of water, the porosity goes up, and then thermal conductivity goes down. The thermal conductivity goes down because as you add more water, water has much poorer thermal conductivity than steel. So the porosity, thermal conductivity down until it eventually goes just to the thermal conductivity of water. Sorry, the picture's not working. Just starts from scratch. No. Sorry about that. Maybe Logan can show it later. And this is what that packed column material looks like. I think the only difference is this guy. What's that?
Some serious.
Yeah,
Super serial. Go back to that picture and kind of explain where these can exist in the multi-app system, right? Like we're running this, but where this actually go on right? How are we?
I think so.
So what I'm trying to say here is that just to give you a context of like where we are, is that if you go back to this picture, we have a column that has some porous media in it, that has pebbles or bearings or whatever they are, something that is like not water, right? So in the multi-app system, how we're informing these two together is that we're splitting this up into chunks, and we're sampling this micro scale at specific points in our engineering scale problem. But they're saying that whenever there's a higher temperature, there's more corrosion. So as you couple the two together and you have a lower temperature at your outflow and a higher temperature at your inflow, that's going to affect the corrosion. So we're going to have multiple of these corrosion examples throughout the multi-app problem at different positions. And someone asked why the positions vary in Y and Slack, and that's because we're putting them further down the pipe. So just to give you an idea of like where this actually applies in a larger scale,
Now, of course, we can run this problem on its own because with multi-apps, things can be independent if we want them to be, as long as we give them the conditions that the multi-app that's running them would give them, which is the case here where we have like initial temperature of 300, right?
Yeah, and that's really important in your modeling workflow, is to make sure that your sub apps make sense on their own. Yeah, and like you can decrease or increase the number of positions, the number of sub apps that you create, because then that will that'll give you finer tuning on like what temperatures each sub app will see versus just some average value. So yeah, part of your analysis will be figuring out how many sub apps you actually need.
Same problem.
Yeah. I guess we don't really, that would be a cool convergence study to see. We kind of already went through this material, right?
Yeah, all we added was if you want to comment on things with phase, I think phase is the difference, right?
So, okay, so we added a couple, or this input variable, so we couple in this phase variable, that's that v in the input in the macro input file. Basically, it says 1 is steel and 0 is water, it says in the description. And then we have some constructor arguments that say, are we using it? And what is it? So if we use it, we just, the porosity is 1 minus the phase. That's it. Fun. How exciting. And so then we have our engineering scale input, which is our actual column. We have all our thermal mechanics that we had before. I won't go through that. I'll just go to the multi-apps part. So one big part is in this pack column, we have a thermal conductivity that is actually defined from a, I guess an auxiliary variable that we're inserting the data from the sub apps into. There's that. It must be a post-processor.
It is. Then we're using the multi-app post-processor interpolation transfer.
So how do you get a different?
Okay.
No, it's a variable.
But it's effective when effective here.
I think we're I thought we were sampling a post-processor.
So we're actually sampling the value and we're putting it into a field. We're putting it in an aux variable. It's interpolated.
Here, yeah, it's here. So yeah, we have an auxiliary variable representing the effective thermal conductivity. We use that in our material. And then we define our multi-app for, this is the same multi-app that I showed before. So it's the same X location. So it's just along the vertical axis, we're sampling different locations of this lower length scale model. So usually I do the 2 transfers. So 2 transfers happen first, which makes sense. So when a multi-app is run, we execute from the main app to the sub app the transfers that it needs. So what this is doing is it's transferring the temperature field variable into a post processor on the sub app by sampling the temperature at the positions defined here. And then when the sub app is run, we transfer back the thermal conductivity. And similarly, we get the post processor on the sub app and transfer it into a field variable based on these locations. This basically says that the initial condition, we don't need to run the sub app on the first time step. That's basically.
So if I remember correctly, we have this ramp up at the beginning. So we start at time step equals, we start at time -1. So we actually run some problems without any corrosion until time step 0 or time 0. So once we hit time 0, we activate all of these things so that we can start running the corrosion problem.
That makes sense. It's basically initial condition, right?
Which we'll see in a little bit when we actually just run this thing and look at the output.
Mm-hmm. And that's kind of all that's changed. Be cool.
It's a lot of stuff.
Well, the fact that you can, it's so pluggable that like we have the same input, we're just changing like how accurate we want our thermal conductivity to be. We use multi-ups to do that. We can run it, and this is the result. So just before, I think this top plot is the temperature in the packed column. And then this bottom figure is at each location. We have our corrosion simulation. And this will show how the porosity changes throughout. And so this is what maybe it'll let me play. You can see because it's temperature dependent, you see that these locations are being corroded faster. And you see that these guys accelerate their corrosion as the temperature gets to them. Yeah.
Try refreshing before you guys.
I don't know how to refresh on that.
So I'll show the actual one a little
Are
bit.
you?
Anyway.
Should I mute?
No, you can leave your channel to in a second. Well, I was gonna run the actual problem in a second because he doesn't have it compiled. Okay, do you want to switch muting too?
Thank you, everyone.
You can keep talking.
Oh.
Here.
Switch your room. Yeah, so that's all I have to say. So as the temperature moves across, the porosity the corrosion rate increases, which you see as this front moves across. Here you can see how the thermal conductivity changes for each subapp in time. Yep. So this is a very famous, or do we still have this on the website? Yeah. Yep. No, but just because it's an unphysical corrosion, that like, how is it going to corrode inside the ball bearing?
Maybe they're foam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're biodegradable or something. Yeah, that's what we should do.
No, we just have Davy Crockett shooting holes into the steel based on temperature.
While we're talking.
Right.
So I was going to run this and kind of show what it actually looks like because it's hard to see what's being ran and what's being output when you're just looking at that actual output. Right. So first I'm going to run this case with one problem. So we have our normal output, but now we have a sub app or a multi-app called Micro, and we have I think 5 sub-apps or 6 sub-apps. So the suffix shows that this is actually a sub-app running within a multi-app. So I'm running with one core, so no MPI exec. So we see the initialization of sub-app 0, which is the furthest left case. And then so on, we see it for 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So we're running again on one process, which means that we have one multi-app with 6 sub-apps, which means that the sub-apps run sequentially. They can't run together because we don't have enough processes to afford that. So before we go into the rest of the output, instead, I'm going to go ahead and run this with 2 processors. So our intention or intuition would tell us that because we have 6 sub-apps, we can now run. We have 6 sub-apps and 2 processors. We should be able to run 2 sub-apps at the same time. So we should run sub-apps 0 to 2 on processor 0 and subapps 3 to 5 on processor 1. Now, interesting thing with output is that you only see the output on rank 0, which means that you should only see the output for subapps 0 to 2, and the outputs for subapps 3 to 5 should happen in the background. Yes. That's a feature. You don't, it's really, really hard to follow output if you're running on 10,000 cores. Yeah, I know. Want to see some clobber? So instead, well, first, before we get there, I'll do that. I'll run it with even more to be annoying. But what I'm telling you is you should see subapp 0 to 2. So here's subapp 0, subapp 1, and subapp 2 only, right? So we only saw 0 to 2 because the other ones are running on processor 1, whose output is suppressed for the sake of sanity. So now, just to be obnoxious, we'll do MPI exec 6, keep C out. So what this does is C out in C++ world is the console streamed for regular output. So keep C out means keep C out for all processors. So if we scroll up, I'm now running with 6 processors. We see the header 6 times. We see this info 6 times. We come down to the multi-apps, and now everything is kind of mixed together. We have some output from 0, we have some from 1, we have some from 5, then to 0, then to 4, to 2, to 3. So there's a level of output that for the sake of your sanity and understanding what's going on, you really don't want. You can change this as you see fit, but in general, just run with output on rank 0. Correct, and that's the other important thing, is that you can actually run a command where you can output to an individual file instead, if you want to be able to debug later, right? So instead, I'm going to go now show the actual problem. So we have a control block that disables all of the multi-app related things until time equals 0, because we have a ramp up in temperature in order to get like a nice steady state condition, which is why I'll let this run. I have keep C out on, don't I? That looked awful. Running it with quiet output. So we start out at time equals -1, and we're going to solve to time equals 0 with time steps of 0.1. So we have no multi-apps yet because they're actually disabled. So now we're at time -1 e to the -16, which is basically 0, right? So at this point, we are now at time 0.25, and all of our execution for multi-apps is on time step end, which means that for this time step at slightly less than 0, we don't have any multi-apps to execute because of our control system. But as soon as we hit time step 0.25, all of those multi-apps and transfers that are set to trigger on time step begin and time step end start working. Which means at this point, how do we output transfers? Yeah. Isn't there a debug option for outputting transfers to show when they happen? I thought it just showed it. Verbose multi-apps. Problem/verbose. Hey, we'll see. Ah, yes, okay, perfect. Let me go back down. So yeah, here's all these verbose options that you don't know about until we tell you. Sorry, we have them existing in all kinds of debug output, but with so many options, it's kind of hard to not just obliterate you with information. So where were we? We were down to time step 0.25. Okay, so we've ran one time step at the engineering scale. Now we need to transfer temperatures to the micro scale so that we can compute corrosion, right? So after we've ran something in the main app, we're going to execute the transfer that transfers the temperature to the sub app from the parent to the sub app or the multi app that we call micro. After we've transferred that, we're now going to execute the multi apps. Now I ran with 6 cores, which means we have one sub app per process. So we're only going to see the output for sub app 0 on rank 0 of the main app. Now, after we solve for that, we now have an effective K in a post-processor, which means that is kind of the average conductivity for that 2D microscale problem. So we're going to transfer that from the sub-application to the parent, which is this transfer that you see here. And it's a multi-app post-processor interpolation transfer, which is basically, it gets you an aux field on the parent app that is an interpolation of the scalar values from all of the sub-apps in space. So imagine seeing 6 values down your pipe in the middle of it, and you interpolate those 6 values in a finite element field on the parent app. Yeah. Problem/verbose multi-apps, or problem/verbose multi-app. Oh, I'll scroll up. Yeah, here, let me. Yeah. We should. Yeah, if you could, it will. Yeah, it'd be nice to see it in debug. Right. And at that point, we just keep going back and forth. And that more or less is how that execution works. There's something interesting that I was going to do that is quite simple. I'm going to make this bigger. So, because of the way our transfers work, because we're interpolating values, it should be very valid for us to just add in an extra sample because we can. No, I haven't tried this, which means it's probably not going to work, but I think there's a chance. Ah, yes, that's an interesting one. I was actually going to comment on that too. Correct. Yeah, yeah. So we now made our pipe not really a pipe for the sake of simplicity, for starters. So previously, we actually had everything in RZ coordinates. And I forget when we changed that to XYZ coordinates, but now we have a two-dimensional mesh. We have a two-dimensional mesh where the pipe is basically a big rectangle. And then cut into that pipe is our domain. So because we actually kind of changed scales completely, where we homogenize things in the cutaway of the pipe, right? I have a glare, right?
I think it's just
Yeah, but we also got rid of the RZ coordinates, right? So we turn the pipe, but our multi-apps are actually slices of the pipe that we don't see. They cut into the page in that example, right? Here, right? So if you look at the yellow box up at the top, each one of those sub-apps is actually a cutaway of the pipe as if it was actually 3D and it was like this instead. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. True, it's, yeah, but that's why. Now there is a cool thing where with the new coordinate transform system, I don't know what the system is actually called that Alex worked on. We can actually do quite a few like rotations and transformations for you in multi-apps. So if it makes more sense for, let's say you're depending on an application who has a very well-defined action syntax that sets up a problem for you with a mesh and everything with the rotation and orientation that it likes. But you have your own app, which is the parent app, that needs to run something that wants to run a sub-app of the application that has its own fancy, geometry. With a new system, you can actually transform things easily between those two by just providing what the transformation is between the two meshes. Okay, what other multi-app related questions? Or any suggestions on making, screwing around with this a little bit, changing things? So this is kind of the pinnacle of Moose, is what I would say. The pluggability of these different systems. And while we developed the contents for the microscale simulation, it could be that the microscale simulation is a different blend of physics that you don't understand, that you don't know, that is not your specialty. but someone else can work on that for you and make it in their application. And you can simply couple to their application and gain all of the capabilities of their application to be coupled with yours with the multi-app system only in input. That's a really powerful thing. If you learn how to use Moose input syntax, you are very well set up to use others' applications and couple them together with very little overhead as a developer or as even like as an analyst. Okay, any other questions? No? Okay, I'm gonna assume not. I'm trying to ask these two, but I don't think any other questions. Okay. No. So we're gonna transition on to a very different topic now, and this is kind of the extra cool pluggable systems in Moose that we think that you should know about. Number one, or first, is custom syntax. So as you saw from Ben Spencer yesterday, when we introduced tensor mechanics, there is this modules / tensor mechanics / master syntax block that went in an input file. And that did a bunch of stuff for you in the background that you didn't need to know about. Creating variables for the thermal expansion problem, where the physics are reasonably complicated, but as long as you know simple parameters and you know which strain formulation you want, you don't need to know the complexities of how they implemented it. You just need to read the documentation on how they describe their master action for using it. So we're going to quickly go through creating custom syntax with the objects that we've built for Darcy thermomechanical problems. And what that custom syntax is going to do is it's going to add all of the objects that we've created, that we've worked with for you with a simpler chunk in your input file. And with that, we transition to discussing what the action system is. So behind the scenes, the action system sets up everything for you in Moose from input and construction objects and is kind of like a meta black box for, I know, is that a thing? Yeah. It also, or a magic black box as to how we construct things from input files, how we propagate input parameters, how we construct kernels, how we construct the mesh from how the user defines it. Now, all of that is primarily on the framework side of things and how we do that. But you as a developer or a user can use the same system to create simple input syntax for things that you want to do in Moose. So in order to use it, in standard Moose way, you derive from something and override something. That's a kind of a general theme for using Moose objects, right? So with that, in order to create an action that creates Moose objects, that constructs Moose objects, and remember, Moose object is the base class for most things that get constructed via an input file. So kernels, boundary conditions, mesh generators, controls, initial conditions, outputs, and so on. In order to construct those with an action, you derive from Moose object action and override the act method. Oh, look, there's our lovely, like, miserable / failed or failure, right? So as we described earlier, a good example of this is the tensor mechanics master action. So the way that we generalize how we do these things is by syntax and by tasks. So we keep talking about Moose input syntax or syntax block. Well, syntax is just how it's how we describe things that you put in input files. Tasks are how we describe how to do something based on some syntax or based on some other thing. So for example, if you were to create a block that had the name of lowercase foo in your input file, well, the syntax for that would be foo. And if you wanted to do something with that, you would associate a task with the foo syntax. Now for each action, you define a task, as I described previously. And the act method, which you override in your action, is called for every piece of syntax that you associate with your action. One of Jan's favorite parts of Moose yesterday was the register Moose object thing that sits at the top of every object. Well, we have similar registration for things like syntax and tasks. More black magic, black boxes that do wonderful things for you, that register certain things to be done in Moose. So similarly, if you have syntax to register, so in the case that I described previously, foo, you would use the register syntax macro. Yes, these use macros. It's like pre-processing stuff that's kind of frustrates people, but I promise it makes your life easier. I'll describe more how to actually use these in a little bit. What? Do it? Okay, that's fine. Sounds good. I'll be quicker. I described the Moose object action. We don't need to describe these. Okay. So here's an example of trying to do an action given some syntax, which means that anytime anyone creates a dampers block and then has a sub block or some sub context under dampers, we're going to use the add damper action with that thing. So do you want to talk about custom syntax for this, or do you want to skip through? Yeah, yep. So we want to, like I said, create a simple syntax for setting up the objects that we create for the Darcy runs, right? So we're going to derive from action. We're having an action that's called setup Darcy simulation. Now, in the protected section, we have 3 variables. We have those variables because we're going to define those as input parameters for the user, which means they can supply these. That is whether or not to compute the velocity, to compute the pressure, to compute the temperature, which is why, just like how we have parameters and objects, you have parameters and actions too. And those parameters are tied directly to how you pass things in syntax to this action. So we're going to let the user be able to specify the pressure variable name, the temperature variable name, and whether or not they want to compute the auxiliary calculation of velocity, the computation of pressure, or the computation of temperature. So as we said, you override the act method in an action to do things with an action, right? Now this action is called, or this act is called for every task that you associate with this action. We don't have the association up here? Oh yeah, no, it's not the file. Okay. So if we come on down into act, if the user says they want to compute the velocity, and we're currently adding aux variables, this is kind of a specific nature of when Moose does certain things. Well, we associate this action to trigger whenever we want to add aux variables. So if we compute the velocity and we're adding the aux variables currently, we're going to, this is an interesting way of getting the parameters for an object, all the default parameters for a certain object. So what this section will do, if the user requests a velocity, and we're currently adding aux variables because we need an aux variable to define the velocity, we're going to create an aux variable for the user with the name velocity of type monomial vec, so an XYZ vectored constant, so 3 values per element. Similarly, if we're computing the velocity, well, we also need to have an aux kernel that produces that velocity. And we're going to create a Darcy velocity aux kernel with the pressure variable that the user defined. And lastly, we still need to actually run the simulation. So we need to add the primary kernels, that is the kernels that act on pressure and velocity. So for to compute pressure, we're going to add a kernel called Darcy pressure that applies to the variable that the user set for pressure. And similarly for the temperature field, we have a transient temperature field. So we're going to add a heat conduction kernel a heat conduction time derivative kernel, and then we are doing an advection. We have advection as well, so we're going to add a Darcy advection kernel. So this is definitely a lot. The good news is that it's very structured, and copy pasta here works incredibly well for most cases. So if you have a complex object that requires the user add a ton of variables, a ton of kernels, output, this is how it's all done behind the scenes. So in your input file, how do we change things? Well, this is how our input file previously looked. We had variables in here. Oh, no, we still have the variables. I'm sorry, this is the new input file. So if you look carefully through here, we don't have any kernels. We don't have any aux kernels. All we have is variables plus some additional things. We can couple in the thermomechanics problem. We want to do a little bit of output and so on. But what has changed is Darcy thermomech block. And why is it Darcy thermomech? Well, in the application, we registered the syntax Darcy thermomech every time someone has a Darcy thermomech block in their input file. We want to associate that with adding an aux variable, possibly, adding an aux kernel, possibly, and adding a kernel, possibly. And more importantly, it's associated with the action we just created, which means that that syntax will also collect those parameters that we define in our action, which were pressure, temperature, compute velocity, compute pressure, and so on. We don't need to show this again. They're in step 11. Yep. So if you go, so the question was, where are these files created that we just made? They exist in tutorials / Darcy thermomech / step 11 _ action, I think. But yeah, yep, source actions. If that, yeah, I'm sorry. The other questions, where do they actually go? Like in general, they go in the system they belong in typically, which is source / actions or include / actions. Any other questions? Okay. So as we discussed earlier, we talked about verification and validation. One way to verify, not that your answer has the right physical solution that you're expecting, but that your finite element methods are working as you would expect, is the method of manufactured solutions. And this is very common in the finite element community. And essentially what it is that you assume a solution. So you have an equation and you assume that you know the solution. Well, with that solution, you can actually solve for what forcing term is required to get you that solution. Which means that when you actually go run your problem, you assume that you don't know the solution. You use the forcing term that should get you that solution, and you hope that you better get the solution you expect. And this will be described in another slide. Now, what this really lets us do is lets us verify that our finite element implementation is correct, that we're getting the right convergence criteria that we would expect, that the mathematicians tell us we should get with different variable types. So here's an example. So we're going to assume a solution of the form u = sine alpha pi x. So with the PDE that we have there, if we substitute u in, we can actually get the forcing function that would make that to be true. So when we jump down to need to solve in Moose World, we run our normal operator, and we add in a forcing term that is the forcing function above. And we hope that u then is equal to the assumed solution that we have. Now we have some simple helpers in Moose that will actually generate some of this for you, which make it really nice. So for the input file, we have a mesh. We don't assume anything about the mesh. We just pick a mesh. We can refine it in space to make sure the spatial refinement will get us the solution that we expect, and that our error decreases with spatial refinement. But what's more important here is that we now defined our assumed solution. An example function is a representation of the forcing function that I described previously. I don't know why we do it like this. We can also do it with the parse function, but I bet I'll find out in a second. So our physics, which is that old, darn, yeah. So realistically, the helpers that we'll describe in a second will give you a parsed function for your forcing function, given your known solution, which I'll again show in a second. But again, we have a diffusion kernel because we have the diffusion operator, and we have a forcing function. That's all we're solving. We have some post-processors that are commonly used in convergence studies. The average element size and the element L2 error, which will take the L2 norm, that is like the volumetric integration of the difference between your finite element solution and the exact solution that you assume. I'm going to jump ahead and show an actual run in a second. But what's important here is that we have a Python package available. It kind of makes this easy for, it makes it easy for you to see how this works. So first, you use move Python utilities. You might, if you try to run a Python file in the repository, you might get something that's like, oh, failed to import this thing. In most cases, this is the solution. Python path is a variable that Python uses to search for things to run and things to include. So you need to add the Python directory in Moose in order to use a lot of our functionality. So we're going to show an example of how we use that script and how we generate a plot that shows the convergence studies that we would expect from this. So we import MMS, which is a package in Moose, and we run mms.evaluate. So it uses symbolic math in Python. I forget which symbolic package it is, right? SymPy probably, yeah. So we're first going to define the equation that we're trying to solve, which is the divergence of grad u, the diffusion operator. And we're going to set our known solution as the second parameter as sine a times pi times x. And we need to specify specifically that a is a constant value so that it doesn't try to treat that symbolically. Now we have a function on this class called, or a method in this class called printf parser, which will actually print out, it'll print out the forcing function that you should use. The first return value of mms.evaluate is the forcing function, and the second one is useful for creating input for the exact solution. So if we run this, you can actually see the directory where this would happen. This will definitely not work if you don't, unless you compile in that directory and export your Python path. But for the case that we had, we see the forcing function, which is the first thing, and then it'll actually print out with proper Moose syntax the functions that we should use to represent this problem. Now I'm going to go ahead and go over to that quick because it's pretty simple. Examples. What was it? 14. Okay. Export. It doesn't even matter. Did I compile in here? What? Oh yeah, because of the thing at the bottom. Yeah. So we're gonna run mms spatial.py, which if we come down as an example, I'll show you what that function, that file does. And this uses that MMS helper, where we're gonna find two different problems. We're gonna have one with first order elements, which is the default, and then we're gonna have another one with second order elements, which is where you're seeing we're gonna pass in mesh equals second order true. Now this first problem is how many times we uniformly refine the problem, which means that from this, we're going to get uniform refinements of 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 for each one of these problems. So the first case is going to be 0 through 4 refinements with first order elements. And the second case is going to be 0 through 4 refinements with second order elements. And there's some convenience helpers here that will generate convergence plots for you. So because this is reasonably quick, if we look, first we're going to run with 0 uniform refinements, with 1 uniform refinement, and so on. It collects all the data for you, collects the output for you. And from that, we get this. What does this mean? Well, with first order finite elements, you expect second order accuracy. In what? Yeah, fair. With linear finite elements, you expect second order accuracy in the solution. Now, of course, as you add derivatives, that order goes down. But what we see here is that we get the order of convergence that we would expect in the solution itself. So at this point, we validated that Moose does finite element right in this case. Any questions? Probably Slaughter. Sounds like a Slaughter thing. The question was who built it. It's an old coworker who makes beautiful Python utilities. Yes. For the problem that we had, that's a good question. Let me go to the input. Remember. It does not. Wait, but what is it? What do we assume? Hold on. Oh yeah, no, I'm sorry. Yeah, you assume the exact. Yeah, you assume yes, that's what it is. Yeah, so we have a function called exact, which is the exact solution, right? So we just impose that at the nodes on the boundary. So it doesn't give you the kernels, but it gives you the functions for the exact and the forcing function, right? So once you have the function, you basically need to have near-state boundary conditions with those values for this problem, of course. That could vary based on what kind of, operator you have. But correct, yeah. It also means you're not testing boundary conditions at all. So the question was, does it give you the boundary conditions for it? Well, we just impose them. Yeah, right. Which, you should also test the boundary conditions. But we only have 25 minutes, 35 minutes. Why are we getting 2.983 for the second one? Because we still need to refine more. I think she's asked, are you asking why we don't get 3? Okay. Yep. So of course that's the ratio of this plot. It's the slope of this plot. Yeah, you only get that orderly convergence as the limit as h goes to 0, right? As element size goes to 0. Oh, yeah. So the statement was that we don't know where we're actually getting the slope here, but you would hope to use it with the smallest element size. What? I will return the debugging example. I'll explain it for a second. I'll go onto the system after this that I think is more important to know as a user. And if we have some time, we'll go over a quick debugging example. But the important thing to note here, actually, is that honestly, I bet if you even Google Moose Framework debugging, there's a debugging page, which this will be summarized a little bit in the slides that I have here. But this is a wonderful start. If you post something on discussions and you have a reasonably small problem and you're getting a seg fault or a crash, if you could follow these instructions and try to get us a trace, that is the path in the code where your executable died, it'll help us a lot. I know that's a tall ask, but it simplifies assistance with these things quite a bit. Plus, as a user or as a developer, it's really important to know how these tools work. It's nice not having to litter your code with thousands of print statements to figure out what's going on. If you get comfortable with the debugger and you can print variables as your code is running, it helps you quite a bit. So in general, if you're running on a Mac and you're using our content environment, you'll want to use LLDB, which is playing as debugger. And if you're running with GCC on Linux or anywhere else, you'll typically want to use GDB. Luckily, we include both of them with the conda packages if you're developing on your machine. See, I'll come back to the failure and go to recover for now. You agree with that? Okay. So we're starting to recover. This is a really, really important system for helping you out. Number one, when things don't go wrong, or when things go wrong with running your problem, whether that be running at scale on HPC or even running on your machine. HPC is super important because if your code dies after 3 days because it ran out of time and you don't have any state saved for your code, well, you have to run those 3 days again. And that might take a week for you to get in the queue. Our big push here is that you should be using this system that we're about to describe. So a few definitions. So we have restart and recover. Restart is typically when you want to restart something from a previous state with maybe with different conditions again. And different conditions again meaning you want to change some solver parameters, you want to change solution information, and so on. Recover is different from restart in the fact that you typically want to run it again exactly how it was running previously. Now, this kind of ties in with that case that I was describing previously, where you go run something for a long time on HPC and you run out of wall time and you don't want to run everything again, but you want to start up from that state or a state close to where you died so you don't waste a week waiting in the queue and then 3 more days where your solution's running. A solution file is an output that also contains field data. So like in Moose terms, it's typically like an Exodus file with the solution in addition to the mesh. Checkpointing is taking a snapshot of all of the stateful information in a program, which includes the mesh and the solution. End-to-end means a restart recover situation where you're starting, you ran something with end processors and you're starting it again with end processors. This is typically a lot easier than the alternative, which is end-to-end, which is basically restarting and recovering with a different number of processors. Do we even want to talk about this? I guess we still want to, we don't really want to use it as much, but so variable initialization. So this is kind of a way to cheat at restart recover, which will allow you to pull in just the solution from a previous run. And just the solution thing is really, really important because if you're trying to run the same thing again, you could have level of state that doesn't exist in the solution. So while this is a very useful method, in general, if you can use full restart recovery capability, we recommend using that instead. So this variable initialization method that I described works like this. So let's say you have an output file called previous.e from another run. And you want to load that solution in to another run. Well, you can set mesh file equals the name of that previous file. And within the variables or aux variables, you can use initial from file var and initial from file time step. And what that says is for the variable called nodal, load from previous.e, the variable called nodal, at time step 10. And equivalently with aux variables, it's the same kind of syntax. Checkpointing. This is something that we're working on automating for the user for the sake of the fact that we think that everyone should do it, and it's quite cheap.
It is not.
Okay, it is. Auto checkpoint. Okay, beautiful. So advanced restart and recover, so non-file based restart and recover, that is the way we can save as much state as you need to actually run the full problem later. You can trigger that with checkpoint and moose. And checkpoint is an output type with a quick syntax or a shortcut syntax that's output / checkpoint equals true. I forget what the defaults are. We can check in a second. But what this essentially does is that every certain amount of interval, it stores a checkpoint file. And that checkpoint file is the thing that you can use to restart and recover your system later on. Now, like I said, I don't know what the defaults are for checkpoint. Now, we do turn it on for you by default. It's not. Okay, never mind. Yeah, we're close. We're close. So you can specialize this. Now, what this will do if you actually define the object in the outputs block is that it lets you set parameters, like with a lot of our shortcutting syntax. And in this case, this says every 3 time steps, run a checkpoint and only keep the last 2. Why the last 2? Well, that means that you always have some content to go back to, even if the one that you're writing fails. Yeah. So the new capability that we're working on that's kind of close is going to be wall time based. We don't really know what that number is yet. We'll have to figure out, maybe like a minute, 10 minutes or something, 10 to 15 minutes. So every 10 to 15 minutes at your next time step, checkpoint for you automatically. We're kind of close to that, but turns out unit testing, that's really hard. And unit tests are important for us, so it's kind of a pain. Now, advanced restart. This is the capability that we were describing that is more featureful than variable initialization. Now, what advanced restart lets you do is, given some previous state, load in as much state as you can from that previous run and then change things. Currently, for example, we can restart something and add a variable and it will still work. There's some more capability that's coming in the future. Feel free to contact us on discussions if you have a specific case that you're trying to support with this. Or a lot of capabilities coming in the future for this. Now, how this works is that instead of specifying an exes file for input, you specify a path to a CPR file. Those CPR files are checkpoint recover. It's the checkpoint files that gets, or checkpoint restart, one or the other. Those are the files that get saved by the checkpoint output object. Now, there's something that's not quite true here. This method of restart is supported on distributed meshes in specific cases. Now, the other thing you have to specify is restart file base in the problem. And that is, oh, this is going to get easier as well. I forgot about this. So in the mesh block, you have to specify the checkpoint recover file that contains the mesh. In the problem block, you have to specify the area that contains all of the restart capability. And it's kind of weird that those are 2 different things, but if you think about it, they aren't necessarily related, right? Your mesh is a mesh, but your problem state has a whole lot more content that does not necessarily have to be tied to the mesh. And that is, you can use the mesh separately if you want. So it's important to note here is more or less that you need to specify these 2 parameters for the time being to use restart recover. Yep.
It's
Serial and replicated are the same thing. Actually, no, yeah, it's all, yeah. The new thing is parallel type equals replicated. Yeah. So the question was, is distribution equals serial or old thing? And the answer is yes. The new syntax for this is typically parallel type equals replicated or distributed. And I'll go through this. It's also possible to load and project data from a different mesh using a solution user object. And what this essentially does in the background is it stores the state of the mesh and the solution. And with that in the context of your new mesh or your current mesh, you can project solutions in various ways from something else. And this is done through a solution user object. The recover case. So back to the problem that I keep pounding on about you run out of wall time or the computer goes down or C3 loses power, whatever. If you want to run your problem again with the exact set of circumstances that it was running last, again, recover is starting again with everything the same. Restart is starting again with maybe changing some things. So recover is a little bit more straightforward because everything's kind of homogeneous and the same, right? So if frog op were to die running input.i and you remember to set output/checkpoint equals true, if you run this in the same directory, you should get the same exact last state that you're running your problem with. And you can continue it on in time. Special caveat. If you set up checkpointing in your primary application, checkpointing comes natively for all of your multi-apps. That's not triggered down at the multi-app level. It's triggered at the top level application. Okay. So we have 22 minutes. What else do we have in here? Pluggable systems and specific debugging cases. Before we do that, are there any general questions that would be good to be addressed while we're here? Teams as well. Teams is fine as well. We have quite a few people around us that are, we can open the floor a little bit to just content that we've discussed so far. It's probably a dangerous thing to request, but are you looking around, Cody? True, which is fine. Yep. While that kind of sits around, let's see. What kind of, I'll quickly brush through these. It's good to see. So again, Moose is full of all these pluggable systems, which we kind of gave you a massive list to at the beginning. We've gone through quite a few of them, but we'll kind of just quickly breeze through what they are. Action system, as we described previously, allows you to associate things with syntax and perform things at startup of your simulation. The auxiliary system is used for field data that is post-processed values that can be used as any kind of normal coupling in Moose, and that is, of course, you can couple auxiliary variables into normal variables without a problem through kernels. Boundary condition system supports boundary conditions in finite element world. Constraints. This is an interesting one. So the constraints allow you to impose constraints in your problem. And kind of an example here that isn't a Moose thing, but is done at the libmesh level, is that whenever you add in hanging nodes, that is extra nodes on sides due to mesh adaptivity, that's managed through constraints. Controls, we talked about this for a second with Zach, where we disabled the execution of multi-apps until we hit a certain time point. Now, a control is a lot more arbitrary than that. If you look around in the documentation on the website and look at input parameters for objects, there's a little specifier, an extra parameter that says whether or not it's controllable. So if a parameter is declared as controllable and the developer properly uses it, that is, they store the return value from the input parameters as a reference, the control system can change that value. And the way you can think about this in a really simple sense is, let's say that we have a reaction kernel with a reaction material property on it. If that scalar value is declared as controllable, the control system can change it at a later date. Now think about this in the concept of like sensors. Well, if you can find a way to get sensor data into Moose, it can influence the material properties in your kernels through the control system. We haven't had the chance to even like fully, embrace controls. There's so many possibilities with the system. Dampers are used to limit the change to a solution during a nonlinear iteration. This is kind of useful if you have solver characteristics that kind of hop around the solution quite a bit. And I think the case here is that, yeah, that we could stop the solver or hold the solver off from attempting to evaluate non-physical values, like negative temperatures. The debug system we showed earlier is that debug block, which if you go to look for, if you go to the syntax page in Moose and click on debug, you'll see all of those things like show material properties, PID aux. There's a ton of these. DG kernels, Moose also supports discontinuous Galerkin. The Dirac kernels support residual evaluations or residual contributions from points. The distribution system is used primarily with the stochastic tools module. It allows you to find statistical distributions. The executioner, which you saw as the top level executioner block, drives the problems where you put your solver parameters, transient, steady, all of that. Executors are an experimental system that is almost full featured, and it's going to be a replacement for the executioner system, which will allow you to tie together arbitrary execution strategies in a more or less like in the format of a graph with dependencies, which will enable more complex multi-system solves in Moose. And a multi-system solve is it's a way of solving different variables at different times in Moose in its most simple form. Or I'm sorry, it enables that. There's a lot more that it enables as well. The function system you saw is an arbitrary way of defining a really simple function that depends on x, y, and z. And if you look around at kernels and postprocessors and vector postprocessors, aux kernels, all this, in a lot of cases, objects will take a function as like a scaling parameter. And that's just meant for flexibility. If you can define a simple function, it can be used in like a ton of objects. The finite volume boundary condition system, well, it's boundary conditions for finite volume. Finite volume interface kernels is for evaluating residual contributions on interfaces in finite volume. But there's one more finite volume here. Yep, finite volume kernel system is for evaluating volumetric terms in finite volume. The geometric search system is a system that allows you to locate elements within the mesh. The initial condition system, for the most part, all that we saw, except for I think one case here, which was setting the initial condition for the spheres in the phase field and the multi-app problem. Other than that, we've primarily seen in the variable block initial condition equals something. That's a simple initial condition, but of course you can get them a lot more complex. They can, they can pull in files, pull in file data, so on. The indicator system is used to indicate whether or not, or it's a way to compute an estimate for adaptivity. You can really think of it as like a fancy aux kernel for adaptivity because it produces a field that you can use. Interface kernels are kernels that apply on an internal boundary in a mesh. Kernels, I'm just going to skip past that one. Line searches are used for evaluating custom line searches during a solve, it's a solve method. Markers are the way that we couple in indicators in the adaptivity system. That is, do we refine, coarsen, or keep the same? Materials, it's the pluggable material system that defines material properties based on name that allows for pluggability between different kernels and whatnot. The mesh system is what defines a finite element mesh. We're slowly pushing towards, which is mesh generator system in here? Yeah, mesh generator system, which is a subset of the mesh system, is our preferred way now of generating meshes, where you can provide inputs to meshes, you can generate new meshes, and you can couple things, you can tie things together, where you can start simple. In reactor world, this is like starting with like a pin cell, and then extending to an assembly, and then extending to a full core, and then extruding. The multi-app system, which we described, is what allows you to run additional applications underneath you that are considered to be independent, but drive your problem. Nodal kernels are used for kernels that are evaluated at nodes. Outputting things like Exodus, Nemesis, which is parallel Exodus, checkpointing, JSON, CSV. The parser system is what reads your input file and makes it usable by Moose in the action system. Partitioner system, as we discussed a little bit yesterday, allows you to customize partitioning. Generally, we just use the Parmenas partitioner that libmesh passes on through Betsy. Position system is a new system that allows you to keep track of positions in your mesh, that allows you to easier define multi-apps and locations. And more importantly, for communicating things pertaining to those positions, like transfers. Post-processing is the system that allows you to compute scalar values for all kinds of things. Those scalar values can come from volume integration, from surface integration. Depending on the type, they can be things like the number of elements, just scalar value output that allows you to do a heck of a lot less post-processing with your output in Moose. And interestingly, if you need to do some post-processing that you forgot about, you can also import solutions and do post-processing later on still with Moose. Preconditioning allows you to set up your preconditioner. The default preconditioner in Moose, I think, is like the block diagonal, right? Anyone? Derek, Cody?
Block
Default
Jacobi
preconditioner is
and
like
parallel.
on the block diagonal, right? For PGF and K. Yeah. Yeah. Now you can add in additional entries if you know that, like, there's very, very important coupling between two different variables. You can add in entries in the preconditioner matrix for PGF and K. The predictor system allows you to predict the next iteration of simulation based on previous simulations or previous solutions. The problem system is the big black box that is the FE problem and FE problem in Moose. It does most of the finite element higher level communication and simulation. Relationship managers. When you start working in parallel and you distribute your mesh, that is, not every processor knows about the entire physical domain via the mesh. There exist cases when you need to know some data about your off-processor neighbors. Depending on what problems you're solving, you could need to know the solution at the element next to you. But if the element next to you isn't on your processor and you don't know about it, that's a problem because you just can't access its information. So the relationship manager is a modular way of defining defining what information you need to know on your processor boundary. Reporters are a more generalized version of output. It's based on the producer-consumer paradigm, where objects can produce reporters, they can declare it, and then they can be used anywhere else. Reporter data is also restartable and recoverable, as is vector post-processor and post-processor data. But the nice thing about reporters is that they're very general. They can support custom data types if you tell us how to output them. If you tell us how to output them, we can easily make them restartable and recoverable as well, so they can be used with state and restart recover. And my favorite thing for using this is you can produce JSON output with them. So if you have tabular data that is kind of structured but doesn't fit into a table well, or doesn't like fit the idea of fitting into a table well, you can generalize your outputs. And where this is incredibly useful for me, I've noticed, is that if there's complex data types that I want to create tests for, you can store the information in a reporter and then use a schema diff or JSON diff in the test system And with that, you can actually do diffing on data in an arbitrary format. So like think of like a massive dict in Python that just like has a bunch of content. The sampler system is used for sampling data in the Stochastic Tools module. The split system is very important for running problems with large numbers of MPI processes. So this is quite important when you run things on HPC. If you want to run something on a few hundred cores or a few thousand cores on HPC, number one, you'll probably be running a distributed mesh, which means that your mesh is distributed across all the processors. Well, the most common way to load in meshes that's lazy is that every processor loads in the massive mesh, constructs it, partitions it on its processor, even though all the processors are partitioning in the same exact way, and then deletes elements. It deletes everything that it doesn't own. What splitting lets you do is it lets you do that process up front without actually running your simulation and storing that split mesh, that partition mesh ahead of time, which means that when you go to actually run this on 1,000 cores or 10,000 cores on Sawtooth, each processor has a file for only the mesh that it owns, and it loads it in super fast. File I/O is kind of difficult on HPC. So if you have, 40, 50 machines that are all trying to load the same gigabyte file or 400 megabyte file, that can get kind of dirty really quick. Time integration we discussed a while back. It's a way to define how to integrate in time. Time steppers, it's a system that helps you or allows you to define how to step forward in time. The transfer system Zach talked about for a little bit in the multi-app, multiscale case. This is incredibly versatile. There's a ton of transfers. Feel free to reach out in discussions for this if you have an example case that you're trying to set up with multi-apps with data that you're trying to propagate between applications. User objects. User objects are kind of like the objects that just everything else gets thrown into. That sounds kind of bad. I don't mean it to be bad. If you need to do arbitrary calculation of moves that doesn't tie in with one of the systems that we had and we defined previously, the user object system is great for that. Vector postprocessors. Yep. Yeah. Usually if you're creating a user object to do something, you're probably doing it the wrong way. There's probably a system that will do this for you.
And if there's not, probably.
Yeah, and if there's not, then we'll just keep adding to the list of pluggable systems. And
I just
at
least starting off.
yeah. Before working on a complex user object, have a chat with us online. Vector postprocessors are used for post-processor values that have more than one value. You can aggregate them, you can sum them, you can max them across processors and so on. I think that's it. We talked about a finite volume. We have 5 minutes. I really appreciate all the attention. I know that's kind of difficult at the end of all of this, especially as we run through everything that is moves, because there's so much here that it can be difficult. Questions? Nope, no video, no. Yeah, so I'm the one that's editing the video. So if you want to pester me in Slack, I'll just log off. But I've gotten through editing about half of the first day's video. I didn't do much of it yesterday, but the plan would be to have the video posted within by the beginning of next week. This weekend would be nice, but I'm also still a PhD student and I spend the weekends trying to graduate. So if you ask for the video on the weekend, I don't know. Do you want me to graduate? So yeah, we'll work on the video soon. We had issues last year with how everything was recorded that weren't really appropriate for sharing. But this year is not the case. We've done a lot better job of kind of cleaning it up and doing everything in a really structured manner. Audio sounds great. Sharing's all there. So that'll be soon. Hopefully that'll be out. Like I said, Monday or Tuesday is kind of my goal, but this week might be possible too, or at least the first day. So. Yes. I actually don't know about that much about the predictor system. All I know is that we use predictors when it comes to things like time stepping. Any comments, or is that what it is? Is it actually a system? We don't have predictor objects, do we?
Yeah,
oh,
we do.
Nice. I've never used one.
Predictor system. So in general for Newton, actually I kind of mentioned it a little bit earlier. I said the ball of convergence. So for a nonlinear solve, as you get closer to the solution, it gets easier and easier to get even closer to the solution. So for Newton's method, it's called second order method, right? Which means that it has second order convergence, but it only has that once you get within what's called the ball of convergence, once you get close to the root. And if you're outside of that, it generally has first order convergence, more of like the same type of convergence you would get with a fixed point iteration, all right? And so what the predictor system does is it helps you get close to the solution with your initial guess. So the closer you are to the solution with your initial guess, the faster your nonlinear solve will go. Also, the closer you are to the solution with your initial guess, the less likely you are to have convergence or divergence or just non-convergence in general. So what the predictor system does is from one time step to the next, it tries to predict what the solution will be so that you can start your solution of the next time step with a good initial guess, a better initial guess than just the solution from the last time step. Yeah. It's actually only applicable to transient.
You don't need to solve more than one.
So the predictor system for a steady state problem is just the initial condition system. Just put in an initial condition that's as close to your final answer as possible. What the predictor system does is things like look at the last few solutions and see how they're going and do like a projection to try to have the initial guess for the next solve, you know, be somewhat close to what the actual answer will be. Yeah. There's several predictors built in at this point, but linear is the most obvious and the one that I made first, and actually does a pretty good job. And there's like damps, you know, the simplest thing is just damping a linear projection. So do a linear projection and then just kind of cut it back a little bit so that you're not going too far away from the previous solution. By the way, this works really, really, really well. It's something that's way underutilized in Moose. It can cut your solve time down by even like orders of magnitude, actually, right? Because you can go from doing 10 nonlinear iterations to doing 2 or something like that per time step. So it can be a tremendous, tremendous acceleration.
I was gonna, as we're exiting, we're trying a lot to improve our training as much as we can. Moose is becoming a lot more user-based than it was in the past. We're really proud of it. We're gonna start working a lot more on content to be appropriate for that. But with that, we'll definitely send out a survey after this that we would love very constructive criticism on what worked for you, what didn't work for you, and like what your expectations were and what your background is in a reasonable detail if possible, so we can know if we end up having to separate things in the future, how we can cater to people of different backgrounds.